Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第165天。It is day 165. Business as usual. Yesterday, what are the recalls? Who, right? Who, 在乎, or care, and seems. What was seems? 似乎 and 结合 What was 结合 Assemble, I think. We'll have to negotiate those in the future. It's fine.
冰箱
冰箱 that's fine. Icebox 冰箱长冰箱里拿一 something 啤酒 a can? Oh, that is can. Oh, the Japanese version is changed. And okay. Wang. Interesting. So this is yeah, that makes sense actually. Wow, it's heavily simplified. Okay. 冰箱
冰箱淡季
mild season, off season, low season, off season. I feel like mild has a different like the two that we got has a different feel to it. Let's keep filling it out, I suppose. 淡季 mild season, like that's not quite it. In off season, as in it's not on point. It's a not on point season. All right. Yeah. Or it could be as not active. That's interesting way to think about it too. Okay. 游泳 wait, just kidding. 旅行 whoa, hold up. Yeah, 旅游业 yes, 旅游业 where's that 旅行 do I have 旅行yet? 旅行业在淡季会比较安静 Oh no, that's Leo. Why do I think it's Sing? Oh, that's because I'm thinking of travel, not tourism. Or like a different type of a different type of traveling, I suppose. 旅游业在淡季会比较安静 which is 安静 quiet. So travel business, or like traveling business, tourism, or industry, right? Industry, that's fair. Industry is off season, is currently off season during off-season go, like having an off-season. Compared. No, wait. Compare and. Wait. Oh no. This might actually be during. Compare. Compare. Comparatively quiet. Wait. Yeah, comparatively quiet. Interesting. The tourism industry is quiet during the off season. Or yeah, it's quieter. Oh yeah, this is a comparator. So this is quiet becomes quieter during the off season. Okay, I see. Or it's going about comparatively quieter during the during the off season. Okay, that's fine. It's a little bit more complicated than I first read it to try to translate it.
骨折
Oh, hey, bone fracture. Or break a bone. 骨折. What was it? Kosetsu. Right, kosetsu. 骨折. Break a bone. To fracture a bone, break. Yeah, okay. Oh, I can straight up just breaking bone, huh? Okay. Wait. Break and broke, I mean. When you are 骨折了 骨折了 when you are 骨折了 骨折了 Wait there. Oh.
骨折 沉重
I wonder if you say 骨折 like break a leg and they just go 骨折 because they don't have to say literally break a leg, but I wonder how that works. Because it wouldn't be implied by context that they're referring to like go get them, but I'm not sure if that translates. I'm kind of curious what the idiom is, like break a leg, you know. I actually don't use that very often, like go get them. 承重 sink heavy. Okay, well, things that are heavy sink. Describe something so heavy that it sinks into the ground. Serious, heavy. Yeah, that makes sense. Almost like 重要 沉重的箱子 箱子 not 箱子
沉重的箱子
沉重 降落
Let me remind myself. 降 buffalo descends from yes, okay. And then oh yeah, 降落 to descend, to fall gracefully. To land is the act of descending from the sky to gracefully fall onto the ground. Yeah, that's kind of funny that Kevin and I were on the mark. Like how do you say fall but to land with the aspect of falling, gracefully falling onto the ground. This reminds me of when Buzz Lightyear, you know, when Woody says, "Buzz, you're flying." No, this is falling, you know, with grace, yeah, gracefully falling. But I think I forgot what the exact quote was, but it's just falling with style. Like yeah, Then I start thinking about the space shuttle and orbit situation. Like, what are they doing? They're not flying. They're just constantly missing the planet. They're falling, but they keep missing the Earth. You know, they're traveling so fast in one direction that they're just constantly falling, but falling and missing the whole time. Two-dimensional thought in a three-dimensional world. Okay. 飞机, ooh, I had a problem with this. 飞机, what was the postage? I forgot about thinking about this. 机, that took a little bit yesterday. 飞机, 机, 鸡排? No. That doesn't look familiar. We're gonna say it kind of looks like 剑, right? 击剑, 击降, 击降, 降落, 击降. How does 降 work? Jimmy Neutron front. We have a waiter. No, I don't remember that. 即将 about
飞机即将降落。
降落。Okay.
降落。
降落。All right. 冰箱。
冰箱。
啊。Okay. Wait. How? Oh.
骨折。
骨折。
降落。
降落。
淡季。
淡季。
沉重。
沉重。All right. 毕业。Oh, to graduate. That looks. Wait a minute. Sotsukyo, right? Sotsukyo. 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 Sotsu. Oh, sotsu. Oh. Oh, I can kind of see it. If that is the simplified. Oh, interesting. Okay. This is definitely simplified. Okay, to graduate. 毕业 from school is to complete. Right, complete the study of your profession. Yeah. Fair enough. Pretty good. 毕业。我明年就要毕业了。我明年要毕业了。
我明年就要毕业了。
毕业了。
毕业。透明。
透明。透明。I'm gonna lose toe in a week's time. So penetratingly bright, transparent. Something that is transparent allows bright light to penetrate through it. Yeah, making what is clear behind it clear for all to see. Yeah, transparent. Probably both figuratively and literally. So we have literally here. 透明 the glass 透明的玻璃 oh 玻璃 is really far 玻璃这是一个透明的什么流长流长是什么 process or low procedure process. Oh, I think maybe I have that. We have both the characters, so we're kind of responsible for these vocabulary. Yeah. So the figurative, transparent progress. So both literal and figurative.
透明 冷淡
Mild cold is still a cold. When you are cold towards someone, you barely feign mild interest in what they say and reply only with cold words. Oh, apathy. Oh, indifference. I see. A mildly cold, because if you were super cold, you'd just be mean to them. I get it. I think that's a great way to remember this one, actually. Like if you're indifferent, it's neither with malice or with favoritism, right? So you're mildly cold. Mildly cold. 他对我很冷淡. Okay. We talked about I talked about apathy the last 2 days.
冷淡
How apathy could be functionally pragmatic. Or being functionally pragmatic would make one appear cold. And this is the cold I'm talking about. 冷淡, not cold in the sense of malice. One can be emotionally indifferent when you're hyper-focused on being objective. Unintentionally so, right? Unintentionally so. However, to an empathizer, you can be not mildly cold. You can just end up appearing cold in general. And I often refer to my objective side as a cold person, especially my younger self. My younger self was very cold. Cold in the sense that people will only look at me as a place of usefulness, right? When I meet other people who believe that they are incredibly dependable people, but they have this cold detachment from being invested emotionally in being dependable, it's reciprocated too. The people around them will also see it that way. Like there's no emotional investment, so they will only come to you when they need you for something, right? Or they want something from you. Cold is reciprocated. When one is incredibly progressively indifferent, then it's business as usual. And I was talking about it in the relevance of being polite in public versus being friendly in public. It's one of those like stereotypes that I feel lack nuance when it comes to generalization. There are cultures that are incredibly conformed to being polite, but they are the cold polite. Cold towards another person, but emotionally rigorous towards the self. So it's, I might have talked about this before. It's difficult to ascertain, but the outward results of the behavior can be explained by more than one motivation. The fear of public shame in my opinion, in a face culture, far exceeds the desire to be friendly. As in, to get to know people, to be invested in a stranger is unlikely source of motivation to be kind and friendly openly versus being polite and cold. Right? The polite and coldness comes from a fear of public shame or public appearance. So when you're really being polite, fear is a great driver as opposed to taking risks, right? Genuine risks. So oftentimes you get this like fun little duality where someone over here goes over here. We're talking about like east and west, right? The first thing is the upfront friendliness would be one of the culture shocks. Upfront friendliness. And friendliness doesn't mean it's always good or bad. Friendliness means more like attachment or form of attachment or effort inserted. So there is a greater appearance of effort up front than over here, and that's usually displayed in the word friendly. But when it comes to cold, detached politeness, then the word would be polite, right? Maybe even the word nice as opposed to the word kind and friendly. Kind and friendly has an emotional investment. Polite and nice does not. Or typically, at least that's how I use it in English. So, and this segregation of the words is, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but you will often observe that people in like the West tends to be defined as, oh, they're very friendly people. Maybe sometimes a little too friendly, like they're kind of in your grill a little too hard. And then the other side would be, oh man, they're very polite and formal and respectful. Yeah, but respect can be very cold. Respect is giving space, right? Mutual space. Friendly can be both. It can be divisive. They can be giving you too little space, or maybe they are overly concerned about giving you too much space. So it's kind of a fun little duality that you code swap. Like how I interact with other people's parents, like my friends' parents, totally a different vibe than how they would interact with my parents or how I would interact with my parents. And my parents would be like, they would have to do a little code swapping, but their code switching is not as conditioned to do so. So it was interesting because, like, for example, the first time I've ever hugged someone was actually not my, like, as an adult, you know, choosing to show friendly affection, like shaking hands even. So interestingly enough, when I was raised, you know, or, you know, patting someone on the back or like fist pumping or something, that was outside the house. Outside the house, even within the household. Very interesting. Wave instead of you know, hugging or something like that.
沉思
Not exclusive, right? Talking about tendencies and frequencies. 沉思 沉思 sink into thought or sink into consider. Oh, they use consider. Yeah, sink into I guess I'm combining thought. Thought is so much more powerful. I guess thought is over on the Japanese side of things, but if you're sinking into consideration, it's stronger than simply considering. You're contemplating. Yeah, something sink into a state of deeply considering the nature of something, yeah. Or contemplate. When you're considering something very deeply, you're contemplating. Ruminating even. Pondering. I'm certainly a person who flexes between contemplate, ponder, ruminate, linger, posture. So many of those things. And it makes, it actually makes this complicated. Why am I using Manikani in HanziHero? Why not? I'm interested in how SRS works. Oh, long story short, I suppose. I haven't used SRS before. So we're using Wanikani in HanziHero. Is there any particular question in there? Maybe something a little specific. You use Wanikani daily? Oh, how do you find Wanikani? May I ask why you use Wanikani? I wanted to learn some Japanese, right? And Chinese or reading. I wanted to read Chinese and Japanese as a starter. And people kept talking about SRS and I'm like, what is this SRS? And so I'm using these two as companion pieces for each other to see what the experience is like. Am I using Chinese and Japanese at the same time? Like, yes, I suppose. You did not enjoy using Anki as a beginner, so you found Wanikani. SRS is amazing though. I do love SRS. As someone who has been in formal education for a while, SRS is an amazing application of existing technology, and it's so approachable and it's actually incredibly cost effective. Of course, this is coming from my background, my relative. When it comes to cost effective, people think of like things like this as not very cost effective because like Anki is quote unquote free. My relative comparison is to go to my local college and enroll in a language course. That's my comparison. So to give a little bit more of a relative. But SRS is really fun. What is my PhD in? It is in biology. Well, a field of biology. I typically did retrovirology and genetics. You bought Lifetime Wanikani when it was on sale? I did too. I also did that for HanziHero as well. Well, technically HanziHero has been on sale because of its launch of its Lifetime sale. It just happens to line up with Wanikani at the same time. So yes, that was all planned. It was planned from the start. Background research. Yeah, so both of these are lifetime things, so we can play around and do whatever we want with these until, you know, if the developers, as long as the developer keeps them running. How are you enjoying your Japanese studies right now, Ursa? It looks like you run a topic channel, so do you prefer to go by Ursa? Do I ever practice writing kanji by hand? I do it every day. You can probably see most of that writing when on the Duolingo series, the Duolingo Japanese series. You're about half a year in, you love it? Very nice, very nice. Half a year in. Is there what do you practice writing kanji? I would say when it comes to kanji or hanzi, probably 99.5% coverage of all the permutations of writing now. So nowadays I write casually for maintenance. Oh dude, this is a meme page, but it ended up being your Japanese algorithm account. I see. So your name is Chris, and you're writing kanji flashcards as we speak. Oh, cute. awesome. It helps you remember them so much more. I tend to agree. I would say I'm in the same part. I can empathize with you about writing them. And that's how I went about it. The first year was dedicated to Duolingo Japanese, and because of their kanji section, I spent most of the time doing that. And then I completed the Duolingo Chinese course, and most of that deals with writing too. A lot of it deals with writing. And nowadays, you look at a character and you can write it. It's pretty fine. Focusing on stroke order is fascinating to you for some reason. Do you like drawing and things? Do you do any drawing on the side? I'm fascinated by the higher complexity of creative like imagery. So people who draw, actually, it was coming from drawing that I like the art of writing or representing things. It's not that this is any less interesting. I think this stuff is pretty interesting too because of font, typographical font. Like how do you write contemplate. I actually write lowercase and cursive most of the time. You're terrible at drawing and your handwriting's terrible, so the challenge of writing kanji is fun to you for some reason. That sounds amazing. And definitely consider, you know, who knows, when you get back to drawing, that would be a fun little experiment. Like, I would love to hear how taking up the challenge of writing kanji and penmanship affects your other forms of using your hand-eye coordination. I think if I take the whole, like, this little right here, right? If I think of all of the character stroke patterns, right? I think you can create pretty much anything with these strokes. Like, outside of like very long-handed strokes, like when you're trying to do like something like this, but even then, kana and stuff, like you still have like strokes like this, right? Sorry, I'm using a mouse right now. Typically I use a pen, so when I'm writing I use a pen, but you still have very like long cursive stuff, you know, like this. So I think you're secretly going to become excellent at drawing as well. Hope you're as enthusiastic as I am. I enjoy writing. Yeah, writing is great. I always have a pen tablet on hand to write. Actually, whenever someone asks me a question, I tend to use your kana with a mouse is better than your nonsense. Soon we all start somewhere, you know, and we all have different levels and thresholds of satisfaction. As long as you're satisfied with your progress and keep motivated, then the sky's the limit, really. I typically, whenever I explain things, I would do like I would grab a pen, and I would then start drawing boxes, right? I'm a box person, circles, do graphs, right? Like I typically draw a lot of box and whisker plots to illustrate like some points between statistics and whatnot, because people ask like, oh, I've heard this is the most effective way, and it's very difficult to explain the relationship between things without doing pictorial representations on graphs. So a meme page, and then now a Japanese algorithm account. I see. So you're segregating your accounts because you want to use them. You want to use the algorithm. That's a neat way. I haven't considered making multiple accounts. I have a personal account and then like this account for whatever happens here. But that's a neat way, segregating your different algorithms. For this particular account, history and tracking is completely removed. So my quote-unquote creators accounts, does not have any form of algorithm or history in it. And then I use it as a way to find something and look at the algorithm without a particular sampling bias. And then on my personal account, it's whatever. It's willy-nilly. Yeah, this account is solely for Japanese content. I see. So you get only educational Japanese content and some native Japanese content. Ah, I see. Yeah, my personal account, it's subscriptional Tori. So my personal account, whenever there's we do networking. Your main account is not related to Japanese at all. You have a VW restoration account. VW. Sorry, acronyms for myself can stand for a whole lot of things. VW restoration. Which one? What does VW stand for? Yeah. Oh, it is Volkswagen. Okay. So we're on the same page. I'm like, no way, right? You couldn't just, it's not Volkswagen. My first thought was the only thing, yeah, oh, it's a 1973 Volkswagen bus. Hey, are you excited about their new Volkswagen bringing back the class? I think they did an excellent job on the EV. The new Volkswagen. I think that's a great compromise. The first iteration has some like distance moderation, but I would be so interested in actually acquiring a Volkswagen. I forgot what it's called, but is it the same? Is that also what you're referring to as well? But I hope they get more mileage added to the EV. I would love to see Volkswagen come back. They're just a sucker for old things. I see. They try to capture that. Yeah, it is the same family. Yeah, at least you can have a bit of like nostalgia meets future convenience in the future. You know, like in the near future, if you're ever interested in modern tech while also having that vintage stuff. But 1973 Volkswagen. Honestly, I was trying to go out of the box and try to think of what else VW could be standing for. But hey, you and I have a more of a historical interest. Very nice. Volkswagen. I didn't want to like be presumptuous. I'm like, Volkswagen. You're not a big acronym guy. I see. Nowadays, I have to ask generally because there are, when you're doing language learning, like publicly language learning, there are people from other countries who also, right, they use English as a common language, but the frequency of their abbreviation is very different, like incredibly different. Where if I were to say, I don't know, IKR, I'm not even sure if I know right is the same thing anymore. So I'm always very cautious. So how'd you get the name your Japanese algorithm to be Ursa Kathigita? I have no idea how that last part goes. Crazy how language evolves like that. I know, right? I know, right? So Japanese, is it only Japanese? Do you have a multilingual background? Are you diaspora? Oh, I forgot. I didn't complete my thing. My personal account, to summarize how I interact with YouTube, since you really volunteered as well. My personal account is I explore based on subscription nodes. So my personal account has multiple nodes, and multiple nodes come from encounter with other people. So for example, someone would really like, I don't know, they would really like, say, a content creator. And that content creator has a specific node. So I would take like 1 to 3 nodes based on subs, and then I would go to these subs to expand out the stuff. Then I would collect a lot of these nodes over time. So there would be multiple nodes. And my personal account now has like, I don't know, 14 nodes. So I don't typically use the algorithm, but use like word of mouth from sub to sub. It's one of those things that I often think about, like YouTube, can I somehow set this as the default landing page? But it's not in YouTube's interest to use the sub tab as the landing page. The name is from an old Hindu book named the Bhagavad Gita. Oh, interesting. Your buddies and you used to get drunk and make music based off the writing in it. Oh, that's... You're an interesting character. You're an interesting character. That's interesting, indeed. I think that sounds like a blast. That sounds incredibly, that's a wonderful social activity. And you said used to. Does that mean you don't anymore? Huh. I like to think I'm an interesting character. To answer your question, you are bilingual. You're a Cuban American. Oh, so you were raised speaking Spanish, but mostly speak English now. Ah, heritage speaking, or have you maintained your Spanish? At the moment, no. Hablo un poco español. I've been reviewing lately, catching up on like a 20-year-old curriculum stuff because it's been a while. Just a little bit though. Most of it is reading. I read and listen to. Oh, mada desu. Mada desu. Still use Spanish with work when your family? Yeah. I mommy got papa gong merang as well. I also speak a different thing with my parents. I ask because typically those who are diaspora and or multilingual tend to be the most common voluntarily language people that pick up, that have a different perspective on how language works. It's kind of like Fuzhou English at home here. I speak a dialect of Chinese that it's typically not considered, like, technically by linguistic standards it's considered a different language, but for all intents and purposes it's another dialect related to the Chinese language that's not taught here. So we do that. So I kind of get the whole, I typically bond with other people who talk about, oh yeah, you know, multilingual, but also very appropriately code switching is where you would do these things. Spanish. I could definitely pick your brain on the Spanish department. I'm from the United States, if American English was not a safe assumption. I typically spend most of my life around like multicultural areas, so Spanish is definitely one that I would be more inclined to hear, but I would respond in English. I'm the kind of guy where you get in an elevator and there's a bunch of people who are speaking Spanish, and then occasionally they would ask me something and I would respond in English, but it was very apparent that I already know what they were talking about in Spanish. And now, after maybe like, I did high school Spanish, you know, American courses, high school Spanish, and then college Spanish. And then there's like this close to 15-year gap where I didn't actively continue to speak Spanish. So there's certainly a large amount of Spanish speakers in America. Yes, and where I am, or where I used to work and be around, most metropolitan areas tend to be very common for Spanish. And then when you play video games, right? I play video games. I'm not sure if you are interested in video games. When you're playing like network games in the NA region, Spanish tends to crop up quite a lot. So you get used to continuing to read Spanish. Now, producing Spanish, not that great. You know, a veces, sometimes, right? I don't go out of my way though, if I don't have to. You can't imagine someone who's learning Japanese who isn't interested in video games. That's fair. That's fair. Although it is a behavioral coincidence, right? What you don't see is that Twitch self-selects for people who are interested in Japanese culture, but there are actually more people who aren't learning Japanese or who are not interested in Japanese that are playing video games. You just don't see them on Twitch, statistically, if you know what I mean. So, for example, everyone who plays like Valorant, I would say the most substantial number of those people are not interested in learning Japanese. And like things like CS:GO, Fortnite. So those kind of things would you don't see those people on when it comes to like Twitch and pop culture on Twitch. Yeah, it might seem like it is. Actually, secondary language acquisition is still in like a super minority. So you'll probably find more people who like Japanese things but not necessarily learn Japanese. But that is the idea. I think it would be interesting to see, according to Duolingo. Okay, so Duolingo does like celebrate their popularity and spread. So Japanese is the top 3 is English, Spanish, and French. And those 3 combined, actually, none of the other languages come close to any of those 3. So to give an example of how many people who play video games, Duolingo tends to self-select people who play video games because of the gamification. And statistically, Japanese is in the top 10. It actually exceeds past Chinese, but it could also be a reflection of the quality of the course, right? Because Duolingo has varying tiers of feature sets, and their flagships are English, Spanish, and French. Let's see. You can't. The crazy thing is you don't remember learning Spanish. It just feels like it's always been inside you. Yeah, heritage speaking is the word I would use. I would use heritage speaking. So why not gong hujiwa why cái bên nói like 你 muốn gong 就muốn gong no 冇gong 就头腦使頭腦人讀書no, right? Basically, it comes with the territory because of heritage speaking. A lot of times, and that's kind of one of those things. But when asked like to explain your heritage speaking language, then it gets a little messy. It gets a little messy. Like right now I'm looking at contemplate and I'm like, I'm not entirely sure how I express that in Hujiwa. Right? Hujiwa how di so meng dinner he 宣個字名係一檔 or sync. I don't know. Sync something. Japanese is the first language you're actively learning. I see. You hope to learn Chinese once you're more confident with Japanese. Say no more. You're halfway in. You're half year in. I staggered half year in. However, I went from the thing I'm farthest away from to the thing that I'm closest. Spanish is actually my closest language. So I started with Japanese, the one that I'm most unfamiliar with, and then I got closer. So like about 200 days in, I started a year and a half ago. 2.5, like, did I say 2.5? Like 6 months in, I started Chinese. Then, after a year, I start picking up my Spanish reviews. And those are the three languages that are constantly part of my life, like whether it's another person or something I read. So I went from the most far out to the most familiar. Spanish is most definitely the most familiar of them, but I haven't been producing Spanish in a very long time. I do the really lazy thing where if someone's speaking to me in in any of those three languages, I would respond in English, assuming or presuming that they have the common English as the common language. So now I'm like hopefully getting back to. Oh, and I was also illiterate. I'm illiterate in. I didn't know kanji, which kanji will look very familiar to Hanzi, and I hope you get to use that someday. It's a great way to double up. It is still comprehensible input regardless. Yes, it most is. And for me, comprehensible input goes beyond a singular language in isolation, because I typically do code switching in between languages. So any form of connecting with an existing thing. So I don't exclusively talk about things where other people may be talking about, where they would learn a language in isolation or attempt to learn a language in isolation. So when you were mentioning you hope to learn Chinese once you're confident with Japanese, I did deliberately because they are related to each other. So like knowing this will likely help relate to Japanese. In fact, most of the time my Wanikani reviews are using what I know from HanziHero. So if something new crops up on Wanikani that's old on HanziHero, then you can do both. And then vice versa, because they have different priorities. And also frequency is very slightly different because some particular key characters are used in different contexts. Now, there are confusion. Obviously, you can have confusion, but you can also leverage that confusion. If you're used to leveraging subtleties and similarities and differences, you kind of get excited what you're learning next. Like this is omo, right? Or you can think of it as thought, right? And this one is actually, I think this character might not be this character in Japanese. I don't think so. But I look forward to when you do that too. HanziHero operates similarly to Wanikani, since you asked earlier. Sorry, I haven't really answered your question that well. Yeah. So I wanted to see two products, and two products that take different design choices for SRS, because SRS is interesting to me. You don't know the character on the left, but you do know. Yeah, this is an earlier one. Yeah, the is for thought as well. So they align. This one is going to be different, I think. I haven't seen the left side Japanese character yet, so this one is probably going to be different. But if they're not, Chinese comes through, and then obviously, when I'm learning this is my lesson today. I know a bit of it because also Japanese reinforces it too. So you probably would have been able to guess what this had something to do with, despite not seeing this. Like if you didn't see any of this or this, you probably think this has something to do with thinking. The closest thing to this left side is probably deep. This one. Sorry, again, mouse. But if you've seen this character already, this is deep. Or, yeah. So deep or depth, I guess. It can end up being depth or deep. It's about the depth thing. So if this has a very similar, if you look, yeah, so if you're thinking about deep thoughts you're contemplating. Yeah. So I'm not sure if Japanese substituted for this or not. But if you add this to that, you can kind of already see the difference. Yeah. But there's only a tree, you know? It's missing a tree. If you remove this, right? And this is why I also love writing. Because when you write, you feel this. Like, you literally feel like, oh, wait, I've written this much. Because according to the stroke, it would be this, and this. And then when you go to write the tree, you're like, why does this seem so familiar? It's because it's this character. And then you add a tree. And that's how they're related. So that's how I remember the connection between these, because of your writing and then you're studying the parts. Oh, and I like Wanikani, for example. You're probably feel this out too at the same time. The way Wanikani approaches things, because it's bottom up, it helps with writing. So some people don't like looking at that, you know, like they don't like doing bottom up approach, where you take like the pieces, right, and then you build singular pieces, and then you build even similar. However, for writing, it's fantastic. So there might be a coincidence there where if it feels like writing them helps you remember things like on Wanikani, right? Largely writing deals with, like radicals, yeah. So how do you remember how to write something? A lot of times you can layer and double down on Wanikani. In HanziHero, their characters are go one different. This is something that's a little different from Kevin, who's the developer of HanziHero, versus like Ko and Ko from Wanikani. The mnemonics for their characters are tied with their meaning of the word. So in order to remember the meaning of the word, you have to also know all the radicals. Kevin calls them components because it can be confused with, I imagine he chose components because there are traditional radicals and then, you know, personalized radicals. Wanikani has personalized radicals, and then there are traditional radicals, but they're components. So when you think of to sync, you have to think of a spray, legs, and crown that deals with the sync. So if you think of spray, you'll know how to write it. Your spray, crown, and legs. So then you get the thing. Wanikani is a little looser with that. It's a little bit tougher to tie them up, but it still works. When you think of the meaning, you're gonna think of the radicals, and then after you write, like, I've written quite a lot now. I think it's been like 4,000, 5,000 hours of writing. Writing characters is pretty standard for my brain. So right now, when I'm writing and stuff, it's largely maintenance. Yeah, Wanikani calls it tsunami. Yep, exactly. So now when you think of things, and then this is a forehead for Wanikani. Yep, and then they both agree on legs. Yep. So when I see a character now, I see both. You see both immediately. So not only is when you get into Chinese, if you already have an underlying mnemonic system, you can double dip. on the mnemonic system. So a lot of times people would say, well, you're only going to remember this one time and you're going to forget it. There's no other use for it, right? Like a lot of times people say, you'll probably hear this a lot. Oh, I only use it if I need to because there's no point in investing a lot of time in an underlying mnemonic system. That's true, unless you have two things that uses an underlying mnemonic system that sometimes either comparatively be the same or contrasting. So a tsunami does spray water. So when I use both of them at the same time, a forehead could be covered with a crown. Legs, I mean, they're both legs. So all the similar ones you're like, oh, I already know it. I don't need to learn it anymore. It's still legs. But then when you have new things on top, you can relate the two together. And they strengthen each other. That's how I go about it when it comes to to the mindset. So yeah, achieving the ability to make different things, connect different things, and then also reinforcing the similar things. And that breeds well for Chinese and Japanese, because regardless of how much you want to think they might be different, they are also very, very similar, especially when it comes to writing and stuff. So that's kind of why I started both of them nearly the same time, but it's not because I started them at the same time. I actually started them staggered. I started with Japanese for like 6 months. 6 months-ish. And then I moved and added Chinese. And then 6 months after that, I added Spanish. I'm not adding any other languages though. Although there are a few people that I've met that are pushing French pretty hard, and not pushing French like they're telling me that French isn't like they want me to do it. They're excited. When people are excited about things and I know them, I tend to pick up the thing. So these people, they like French, and I just recently played Clear Obscure. I'm not sure. Did you mention if you played video games at all? I just recently took some time and added to my schedule at the bottom. I played Clear Obscure last month and it was fantastic. You tried learning French a few years ago, but not motivating enough. I see. Yeah, I play video games by I like to deliberately go through video games that have multiple dubs because it's fun listening to other languages. It trains the ear. Many would say like, well, if you don't train on the exact thing, it doesn't help you. It's like, well, it actually kind of does. Right? Yeah, Clear Obscure Expedition. Yeah, Expedition. Expedition. I don't know how to say 33 in French. Yeah, no. Nope. I thought maybe I do. Nope. Yeah, Clear Obscure was a fantastic game. And it was fun listening to a French cast. And then I played it again, of course, with the English cast. Wonderful game. Are you interested in using your Japanese for games? How are you interacting with your Japanese? Like beforehand, what is it that got you into Japanese? Chinese is very useful because Chinese is the second second target group. So if you're into like music, entertainment, video games, and whatnot, Chinese tends to be the second target group for both simple and traditional Chinese. So whenever you're playing video games, you'll likely have access to Chinese as well. As a young kid, somehow you got into Japanese music. Oh, tell me a little bit about your Japanese music. I have a very long history with Japanese music. Japanese music is the reason you learned to play guitar as a kid. Funny. Japanese is also the reason I picked up 2 guitars myself, but not as a kid. As a kid, I played the violin. I was a violin kid. Cue the Asian male, Chinese American Asian male picking up a string instrument. It was either that or the cello, right? And then with a side of piano, right? Like, yes, I did also practice the piano, but I didn't pick up the piano. Pianos cost a lot, and keyboards, so we ended up with going with a violin. Technically, being raised American, the first instrument that I tried to convince my parents to accept was the trumpet. But then I found out my lungs were really terrible. Like, I have like a poor respiratory thing, so they're like, well, it's fine. We don't like brass instruments or woodwinds. You're getting a violin. I did like the cello, but I was a scrawny kid back then, so carrying a cello would be like not happening. So ended up being a violinist. You told your parents you wanted to learn guitar and they got you into saxophone. How did the saxophone go? Did you were like, nah, no saxophone, a woodwind? My parents found woodwinds more acceptable than brass instruments, so saxophone would have been okay, because saxophone is technically a woodwind because of its reed. But yeah, you spent your entire childhood learning how to play saxophone, joined the band, and was a band kid. I was an orchestra kid. Violin, yes. Violin, and then, you know, if you get lucky, you get an ensemble, so the band and the orchestra hung out together and create, I don't know, a Lord of the Rings piece. We did play Lord of the Rings piece, something like that. You came to love the saxophone when you were in high school, especially when you transitioned from alto to tenor. Yeah. Now hear me out. You could totally drop a sexy saxophone bit now. That is such a that's such a vibe right now. I don't know if you're familiar with the whole sexy saxophone thing, but in Clair Obscur, there is a character. The theme of that character is to have a sexy saxophone, and sexy saxophone is like, what is that meme? The one meme that is still persistent now. The guy that does that one beat like da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Like it's all over video game. Like I think the sexy saxophone is funny and it's great. It's kind of a vibe, honestly. You don't think you've touched it in like 10 years? Same, likewise. I don't think I've touched my violin. That's kind of a weird, that sounds a little bit lewd, but I don't think I've gone upstairs. I think my violin is somewhere upstairs. I haven't touched my violin in, I don't know how old you are. 10 years, that's, I think we're fairly reasonably in the same bracket. You know I'm older when you have to think about it. Yeah, you know you're getting old when you have to think about when the last time you did something. The last time I literally touched my violin was 20 years ago. I'm 38. Yeah, 20 years ago. It's been 20 years since I've literally held the bow and played something. The guitar was more recent. Guitar was within the last 5 years. 5 or 6 years. Yeah, I have guitars. I don't know why. They're only acoustic guitar. I was into the whole acoustic thing. I really enjoy something about the it's crazy how time flies. I know, right? I know. Very, very nostalgic. But how's your guitar work going? So does that mean you can jam out to some Japanese music? Oh, I haven't gotten a chance to hear what kind of Japanese stuff. I have a very long history with Japanese music, so I think Japanese music started at 5 years old or something like that. I mean, technically, any Japanese video game would be qualified as Japanese music too. Like, how can you not hear Sega? Dun, 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 dun. That's my version because most people would do like the Mario theme, but I was a Sega kid, so my father saved money despite our like financial position. My father bought a Sega Genesis when I turned 5. So Asian Kung Fu generation. Oh, very nice. You got the are you talking about the rhythm section? I think what's his name has some eclectic solos, really. By coincidence, recently talked about Asian Kung Fu generation with some people in the Discord. Because we exchange music every once in a while. So, back in the day, back in the Asian Kung Fu generation day, we have like Sambo Master, right? There's also Sambo Master, Bumper Chicken. Bumper Chicken is way. And then if we want to throw it so far back, the Pillows, probably the Pillows. You were addicted to Sonic? I really like Sonic. Sonic was such a goofball. Some of my Sonic was my first series, dedicated series. So Sonic the Hedgehog 1, 2, 3, which is Knuckles, right? So it was Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic and Tails, Sonic and Knuckles, and then Sonic CD, Sonic CDX. And after that, that's when the hardware sales got roughed up, right? Sega had to reconsider stuff, so they stopped launching. There was a Sega Saturn Sonic title, and then the turn of the century brought PlayStation. So then I moved to the PlayStation, and Sonic's making a comeback though. Sonic's making a comeback. By coincidence, something else Sega makes now have captured my heart. So, why am I learning Japanese and Chinese? Like a Dragon. Like a Dragon is dubbed in Chinese, English, and Japanese. So their entire cast, everything that's voiced in a Like a Dragon game is in all 3 languages. So I play every Like a Dragon game now on release for that reason. Yeah, the Pillows, epic. Pillows are kind of going but not going. It kind of seems like I think the lead singer is doing things now, but I'm not entirely sure the situation now. Pillows used to put out an album like once every year. I don't know what they were. I think they eclipsed like 30 albums. So Pillows, no shortage. Fuli Kuli was very nice. There was a reboot for Fuli Kuli, which I did not watch yet. Yeah, those were childhood bands for sure. Like Bumper Chicken and stuff. They go back. So if you're 32, then going straight back would make you like it would line up around that time. What's another old band like Japanese wise? Technically not a band, but Gakt, Elark and Seal. Like whenever I think of Gakto, I also think of Elark and Seal with Hyde, because Hyde and I don't know what his actual name is. I don't know if Gakt is his name, but Hyde and Gakt had like a shared rivalry, like indirect rivalry when it comes to like the whole band like aesthetic. Yeah, Hyde is still a legend now. Hyde recently, which show? There's a recent show that I watched and Hyde was the singer. Oh yeah, and there's El Garden. Yes. Porno Graffiti. I think Porno Graffiti is still working. Radwimp is actually on the younger side. There is Porno Graffiti who did like what not Driver's High. Something in the neighborhood of like GTO stuff. GTO had a Lark and Seal song, but there was Porno Graffiti and Sonic Youth. I think that was, or yeah, Sonic Youth. There's some really old, and then we gotta go into the indie rock area. You have to like dig for the indie J-rock. Back in the day, it was so difficult to find indie rock stateside. from the Japanese scene. Like I was combing, I was digging for indie rock. Whenever like Rock in Japan happens, I watch the recordings of the live performances. Nowadays, Sambo Master is probably my most consistent, and now I like new age stuff now too, post rock stuff. So Radwimps is a post rock Japanese band, right? Yorushika is my. I like Enbuna. Enbuna, when he makes music for Yorushika, it's fantastic. So you got those crisp arpeggios going in and out, nice layering, and then Sui's voice is fantastic. So newer stuff would be Yorushika for sure. What is more contemporary? I think contemporary band Japanese stuff maybe like Bandmade, and then we have like the hipstery stuff, what in like a combination of city pop and hipster versus with instrumentals. So you have like Yoasobi, right? Yoasobi, Zutomayo, and you have like female singers who like kind of somewhat ad-lib a lot of times when they sing. They're very hip-hoppy with like some elements of city pop, but they were usually embellished and brought up by instrumentals. So lots of instrumentals. Like recently I watched the recording of Haru, the live recording of Haru from Yorushika. Violins, brass instruments are somewhere in there. Like when they insert it, oh yep, sakana action, yep. Especially with the recent smash hit that was the opening of Orb. I've yet to watch Orb, but the opening of Orb, was it Kaiju, right? Sakana action, that goes way back. They used to have like a funk, the funk aesthetic, like funk. I need those bass lines. Those bass lines are amazing. So yeah, sounds like we have gone through various connections with the whole Japanese music scene. Some things I'm dabbling in now are like the kind of like hyper rap or like melodic rap scene. So it all started with Dan Da Dan because I'm not aware who Creepy Nuts are, but then I started going back on their catalog because of Dan Da Dan's opening. Not so much Mashley. I did actually watch Mashley after Dan Da Dan, so my first exposure was not Mashley's opening, but Dan Da Dan's opening, which I don't remember what the title was. But you probably know exactly. Oh, the Mashley one was like Bing Bong, right? Or something like that. There's also like, I forgot, TMR. So if you watch like mech series are Gundam series are probably one of my first exposures to anime. So TMR, TM Revolution, right? Your bling bong bang bong, yeah, exactly. I'm not very good with like doing anything of singing nature, so I have sung before, not in this way. So all of that stuff, we'll leave it up to the kids, to the talented singers these days. Yeah, TMR is a really old one, and then that's the like a city pop techno era of music in Japan. So TMR Z or Bees, I think it's Bees, right? Bees is a really old one. Man, that is some old school rock. And there's X Japan, right? X Japan was a thing. There's so many. I tried really hard to get indie rock when you couldn't. When Napster, yeah, Bees, like What was the other one? Oh, here's a obscure one, a sort of. Cycle de Samu? Cycle de Samu? I think it's supposed to be French, but they decided on a French word. But Psycho, something like, yeah, Napster and LimeWire. Yes. Napster, LimeWire. Then it was followed by Kazaa. Like, way back in the day. Yeah, those were the times, man. It was tough. And then came the torrent, right? Torrent then phased in. So then you did torrent stuff. And now you stream music. It's so weird. The time. Or I'm actually behind on the music scene, like how music is distributed and whatnot, because I'm not even on Spotify. Like, nowadays people would be linking you Spotify, and I'm like, okay, I'll click on it in the Discord, and my eardrums are will be blasted because there's no normalization, and then I will go on YouTube and look for it, and then go through like Google histories, look at the bands, like read about the band. So whenever someone like really is passionate about a band, I would look into it, and then I read about the band, and we would talk about the band next time. I swear, dude, audio normalization, that's got to be a thing in the future. I have incredibly sensitive hearing, and like sometimes when I click on people's Spotify links, I basically take off my earpieces, my IEMs, and I would leave them on the table, and I can hear it from the table. Like I would click on it and say, yep, that sounds pretty good, let's go look for the band. The most recent band that someone shared, you switched over to Twitch. Oh, you're on Twitch. Oh, that's you. Oh, okay. The Weddy? Can you explain why you're called the Weddy? The Weddy. The quality is better there. I can imagine. Yes, I can imagine. Let's see. What did someone exchange? People are into noise bands these days. Quite a lot of noise bands. So the kids, the kiddos that I hang out with, most of these I know are 2 generations younger, or like over 20 years younger than I am, and they're really into their noise bands. So although there are some, like someone recently shared with me like a Talking Heads album that's crazy. Like you don't hear that too much anymore, Talking Heads. So there are some that are in with it, right? In with it. Some bringing up some classic beach. Back in the Overwatch 1 days, your name was Weddy Fap. Really? I guess we were young once. No, I'm just kidding. Talking Heads is one of your top bands. I see. Yeah, math rock. Kids are into their math rock, and by kids I mean the youth. I like youthful people. I don't mean like literally people that are younger, but what's in trends. That's kind of my behavioral reflex. I think people who are very enthusiastic about things, I refer to them as kids, because you learn a lot from people who are very passionate about music. So right now, math rock, noise rock, lots of like saturation of sound, like very calculated saturation of sound. And then there's like the other sphere that it's a little hard for me, where they like kids that want to hit their sound roof, the sound ceiling. So there are quite a lot of music in specific circles where the music saturation just hits a ceiling and you can't hear anything anymore. Give L10, 11 a try. All right, so I will have to check them out. Oh, interesting. Rock duo. You know what this reminds me of? White Stripes. Whenever I think about a rock duo. Post rock, huh? LA. I'll look into it in the evening. Well, we'll read a little bit. We'll read a little bit in a bit. Okay, not to suddenly snap back But yeah, this is HanziHero. If you like Wanikani, and you spend like the next 2.5 years with Wanikani, HanziHero is not too far off the mark. It actually comes with most of the quality of life things that you are probably using in the you may want to consider in the future in terms of the Wanikani experience. This, for example, I would be using probably longer because it has a dictionary function. So in the future, when I'm like playing video games, when I'm playing video games and I don't have a vocabulary word, I can just insert it into HanziHero. Your brain is not big enough to take in both at the same time. Oh, that's perfectly fine. You can always guess. Like here's something that has become very familiar to me. But everyone just calls you Weddy and it became your nickname. Okay. Alright. Weddy. Oh, that's actually kind of a cute name. Without the but now that I know where it came from, it's also really funny too. If you're I know it seems like you are familiar with anime, so Maku is short for Makunochi, right? Makunochi, and there's only one very topical Makunochi in anime, and that's Hajime no Ippo. So, and I like the elements and theme of Hajime no Ippo. So, at some point it got shortened to Maku because Makunochi is kind of long and it's often taken. So now, and then I added the PhD at the end so that whenever I start something or create an account, those things aren't put together most of the time. So for most of the time, or as the people call me, in like the people that I've met online, they are more used to calling me Mac. So Mac works too. Weddy. I'll keep that in mind. Weddy. You gotta watch Hajime no Ippo. Are you into sports anime? I'm pretty into sports anime, like the classic sports anime. More recently, not yet. I've been catching up with pop culture. So the last 4 months, it took like 4.5 months. We watched 1,123 episodes of One Piece. So now we're on that. But the most recent stuff was I'm on season 6, the end of season 6 of My Hero Academia. I start from the beginning again when there's a long hiatus. So the last 3 weeks I've been catching up on Academia. The final season is going to air soonish. And that's a conclusion that obviously One Piece is going to keep on going. But then Gintama was my original plan to catch up with pop culture stuff. But Gintama is kind of like One Piece, so I wanted something a little bit shorter in between. Outside of that, I'm more of a one-shot kind of person, or a micro series, or like a two-runner kind of things, like Steins Gate, right? Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. That kind of length is usually where I am. Ones that get renewed every once in a blue moon, but Hajime no Ippo would be an exception. And then sports animes tend to run longer, but they don't run into like 14 seasons. They usually run around 4 or 5 seasons. And Hajime no Ippo ran like 3 seasons and it got renewed like 5 years later, then like another 4 years later. And it's about that time again where it might get renewed again. Because Hajime no Ippo is still going. Like one of the oldest manga as well. The original mangaka is still working on Hajime no Ippo. Next to, One Piece. Often it's lovely to be part of history or try to experience some of that history. It's kind of like that time I went and read a bunch of Vagabond and Blade of the Immortal. Those are two that, and the people who wrote and draw them forever. It's kind of like Vagabond is kind of like a Berserk, where if you're into that type of thing, those are the things that you kind of dabble in or try to be a little bit cultured about. Speaking of draw, okay, what have you on the drawing dock? You make the art on my Discord? Oh yeah, I did. Yeah. We didn't start very long ago actually. On my Discord? Oh, you mean like, wait. Where do you, oh, are you talking about like the things I post on my Discord? For Inktober? Yeah. The Inktober stuff is where I typically do my drawing stuff. So once a month. So I only really technically drew only in the month of October. So in Inktober, artists do this thing. Now they do their own thing, but basically every day of October, you are either provided a prompt, you can be provided a prompt. I usually get it from the Inktober site because then I challenge myself to make an art piece every day and I record like how much time it took. So every single day we try to do one. There are days that are doubled up because I might be away on a, sometimes it lines up with something else that's happening, but we try to do one every day in October. So I kind of like store up all this energy. I look at things a lot, you know, kanji and stuff. Like last year's theme was we have to make it about Chinese or Japanese. So last year's theme, all the prompts, we pick a vocabulary word that's as close to the prompt as possible, and then we draw something that's Chinese and Japanese. And then we smash it together if we can, or create a divide, but they are very related in some way. So then I started back then, and it was because of the channel, right? The channel was, you need to write, try to draw some emotes. So I tried to draw some emotes, but it was really Inktober is when most of the drawing. I spend most of the rest of the year looking at art, animation. It helps me appreciate manga and anime and stuff in a different way. So then I store all those ideas, I write them down, and then during Inktober, I use up all those ideas. And then I do it again. So this October will be the same. At all 31 days, I'll probably do a prompt. And it's probably going to be related to Japanese and Chinese again, but in a different way. Maybe in a sentence way or a mnemonic way. So that's probably how I'm going to celebrate this year. Last year was Duolingo, so it was more like sentences and vocabulary. This year, we're probably going to draw Wanikani and HanziHero mnemonics by hand. And then use 2 or 3 artist stylings that I really liked over the years. I have 2 or 3 artists that I've been looking at samples. So I've been doing art studies by eye, like inputting, right? Inputting by eye. And then eventually we'll put it all on a canvas at some point. Yeah, so that's the art part. I'm gonna tell you now, Weddy, when I'm doing the Inktober thing, I always do this bit where someone's gonna say, well, I suck at drawing, I'm terrible at drawing. And I always have these very available examples of what my first piece of digital art looks like. And I always share this, I tend to share this anecdote all the time. Someone came by one day, and I couldn't even tell if they were serious or not. When they saw that piece when I was working on it, they said, man, that's a great MS Paint job you have there. That was the first thing I've ever heard when I was trying to do artwork. So whatever I'm doing now, I started with drawing circles and triangles. So you can totally do it too. And not necessarily, it's kind of like beginner gains. So in the beginning, there's so much you can put on a canvas. And one thing about art is, I don't think art is necessarily input only. It's more like do, and see what inspires you. So it can be very relaxing when you're trying to take a break from things that have right input. So when you're very stressed, right, if you become increasingly stressed with kanji writing and hanzi, free up your hand and go to town on a piece of canvas. It could be figurative or literally, right? Literally or figuratively. Your wife is an artist? And are you sure you're not bluffing and being humble about being an artist? Watching the way she makes a scene out of nothing blows your mind. You have to try. Yeah, free your, like, there's something that it contrasts with form. So, you know, you can't draw. Listen, if hear me out. I know this is gonna be like a meme. It could be seen as a meme, but if I, like, say if your wife approached you and she gave you 5 colors, right? And all she told you was take a brush and randomly spat, like, just fill it out. Which color do you want? Okay, now draw a line with that color. And then now you draw another line with that color. And then another line with that color. And it becomes something. There's this thing called like form capturing. So you could start with some random pattern, just throw water at it, and then ask yourself what it looks like. And I'm sure you can do something. And you're married to an artist. Come on. That's so cute. You know, you and your wife could have a like activity together. Wait, is your wife interested in learning Japanese? Oh, think about it that way. You guys could do ink paintings together. Like Japanese ink paintings together. Then you're just like spouting your Japanese stuff and talking to your wife about Japanese stuff while also doing that. She's currently learning Spanish. Ah, okay. I see. You married a white woman? Oh, that's fair enough. I actually, to be a little bit relating, most of my personal accounts, like, stuff, most of my personal accounts, algorithm is multicultural families. So I watch almost nearly exclusively multicultural families. In fact, by sheer coincidence, it's probably not coincidence because of the way I am or my family's upbringing, but most of the gamers, like the long-term gamers that I watch, they are family members and they are also multicultural couples. That might be a coincidence, or maybe not, you know. But yeah, I think that's even better. That's even cooler, you know. If you say communicating with your family is difficult sometimes, it also means you're learning a lot at the same time. If you're invested, right? That's my way of thinking things. If it's difficult, then there's so much to gain. There's so much transformative things to gain. I'm telling you, I should do some art. I should do some Spanish exchange. Obviously no pressure or anything. Like for my friends, they're not interested in Japanese, but I talk about Japanese quite a lot around them. So whenever we watch anime, I just talk about Japanese. And now like one of those little goobers is interested, and now they're actively trying to listen actively to the Japanese, and they become more attentive. And then on the flip side, you know, when they're interested in things, all right, bring it all together. I think it's really cute. For me, if I ever I don't have a partner, so I don't have any like significant other. However, I see a partner who is distinctively of a different culture or a different background, I don't think I hope that life is long enough to be able to share all the ideas with that person, right? Exchange ideas with that person. So why not go full send? That sounds a bit romantic, but that's kind of how I feel when I see content creators, especially the Japanese, the Vietnamese German couple. Maybe that crossed your algorithm. I'll let you guess which one that is. And then the Malaysian Japanese couple that uses English as a common language. I'll let you guess who that is. He used to make comics in middle school, but they were never quality. Nah, nonsense. And you left-handed, so you're always left. Oh, you're left-handed. So now you have no excuse. You have no excuse for not being artistic. You know what they say about, actually, just for the record, my genetic background with my background in biology with this is supposed to be funny, but you know what they say about left hand people, right? That's not technically true. Like it's complicated, but there is a stereotype or a conception that left-handed people have, they're more creative. So where's that art? No excuses anymore. You're left-handed. You've revealed your hand, so to speak. It's not really true, but believing it helps, though. Believing it does help. Placebo effects are fantastic. I 信じる right? 信じる。あなたは信じる。あなたを信じる。I believe in you. Yeah, believing is huge. You would probably be, yeah, you would probably have fun, to be honest. Yeah, okay. So, okay, that is genius. Combining art and language learning for her. Yes, it is certainly a journey, especially when she is babysitting your nieces and nephews and they only speak Spanish to her. Sounds like a Cuban family situation. That's kind of cute, like the extended family. So you guys, your household is have the classic extended family being part of the family dynamics. Watching them communicate is entertaining. I bet. I often say embrace your inner child, like not in the like a language learning sense, but be more like embracing your childhood exploratory intellectual things when it comes to acquiring a new language. Like well, I describe this in Chinese a lot of times. When someone says like, oh, I'm learning Mandarin right now, but that doesn't mean it helps me with Fujianese. And all the time I'm thinking, okay, thunder. How do I explain thunder to my parents? And in Fujianese, I would say something. Yesterday I had this because we learned thunder, and I'm still responsible for that vocabulary today coming up. I would say big rain, big sound. 大声音 like 大雨 like 大 just falling rain, right? And I think the Mandarin was combining big something. I think big lightning or something, or it might have been big rain actually. So that's what I would think about when I'm talking to kids, right? Like when you're younger, it's like, oh, we don't have, what is the rain? My family they are from Fuzhou in the Fujian province of China. So if you look on a map, it's like above Guangdong. Guangdong is where most people localized. Like what I mean is when people think about, yeah, it's coastal, but it's north of it. So the one that people, when you think of Hong Kong and stuff, that active southeast, it's one north of it, along the coast. So Fujian province is the province north of it. So that's one of the like the divide between south and north. Actually, it's one of those like mid areas. But my parents are from there, and it is one of the oldest dialects, or that have a large population of speakers, or a significant population of speakers. So this language is kind of hard to find outside of basically New York City, which is where I was born, in New York City. And diaspora in the United States is one of the biggest diasporas. And then there are a few other places around the world. Outside of that, it's China in the Fujian. So I wish I could tell you what contemplate is, but in Fujianese, but I don't know. Shirin is fine enough, but it doesn't sound anything like Chengsi, and there might be something that's close. It's interesting learning Japanese on the side when you're thinking about like Kansai, right? Kansai and Kanto and Kyushu and whatnot. Not so much that. This one is where they're highly unintelligible. There are some overlaps. Like you're probably familiar with phrases like ni hao, right? Ni hao is how are you? Ni hao. Ni hao would be Fujianese. But one of the sticklers for that is it sounds like they would be the same when you think of it in isolation. If ni hao is the only phrase you know, then ni hao could not be confused with anything. But ni hao, the way it sounds, ni hao likely do not exist the way I'm sounding it in Mandarin. So, or like if a Mandarin speaker were to hear it, so they're really not like你也讲普通话吗 right 你也讲普通话吗 and it would be 你说的中文吗你可以说的中文吗你也讲中文你也讲普通话吗 or 普通话 so 你可以说普通话吗 right 你也讲你可以说你也讲 so like they're really yes it very much is like Portuguese and Spanish. I would say that's a much more analogous thing. You can definitely guess, and there are cognates, like there are things like, oh yes, that sounds familiar, but then it's like, wait, that's not enough to do anything with it. It's so occasionally you have like overlaps that would sound like something, but it isn't the same thing. Like for example, let's make this about Japanese. This is what I feel you and your wife could do. So now let's do Japanese, right? So for sure, after 6 months, we would have this, right? So this is cha, right? Cha, right? But this is cha in Mandarin. In Fujianese is da. So yeah, cha, da. Da is tea. And guess what? All three of these is the same character. It does mean tea though. It does mean tea. And all of these three uses the same character. They're the same character. Go at it. And then hear me out. We're gonna make this more about Japanese. So da is this. Oops. Right? Da is this. And you might know it as two things. We got the kun, right? Oh. Oh, wait. And what is Chikai? Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no, this is Hito. What the heck is... I'm drawing... Wait. No. Hito is... You're making me question everything! Hito is this. Oops, no, wrong direction. Hito is... Oh no! Wait. Which? Oh yes, Hito. Yeah, big. So, oki, right? Oki. So, oki. Well, technically just all for the right? Yeah. And that is dai as well, right? Dai. See? Dai. And in Mandarin that's da. And in Fujonese is da. So in Japanese, the onyomi lines up with da. Da-i. Dai. Because this is kana added. This is the adjective kana. So the thing is still da. Like what I mean is like when what happens is they decided to use a kunyomi for oki, right? They decide to add that. But da is onyomi. So onyomi lines up with I know it's dai, but it's inherited from it. Yeah, oki. Yep. Does onyomi always line on? No, it doesn't. Well, it does if you decide that it's close enough. So for example, zi. There's no zi. I'm using pinyin to line it up with we're gonna use romaji, right? Romaji. For example, zi would be likely ki. Oh wait, I said I was gonna use the romaji and I wrote in kana. So it can end up being ki. It can also end up being ji. Because zi does not necessarily have a equivalent. So that kind of thing. But sui, yeah. So shui is sui. Yeah. But because there's no hing. There's no like shing like this in a way. So shui is sui. Yeah. So sui what's a good one? What is swimming? Sue? Wait. Or sui yobi, like suye, right? Suye, which is swimming, or like the activity of swimming. Suye, yeah. So sui is the So all your onyomis will help or be confusing. Oh no, that one. What did they use again? Yo, it's you, right? You. Did they use you along the onyomi? Or was it yo? Oh no, oyo. They ended up using oyo as the un, but that's unrelated. What is the on for oyo? I think it's one of these. I don't remember in wanikari. I think I've only I typically just default to oyo, but you or yo, right? That is yong. Oh, it's yong. Oh, it's e. Oh, that's e. Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of something entirely wrong. Sorry. Yeah, suiye. Sorry, suiye. Yes, for swimming, suiye. And yoyong. Yoyong is the same thing. So sui or kind of. It's not. Okay. I gotta. We're not gonna. It's a little bit complicated, but I think you'll like it. I think you might enjoy it. So, Chinese does this thing where there's always two words attached. They're usually compound, but in my opinion, compounding is rare. Compounding is rarer in Japanese because Japanese has conjugation. They have like kana, right? Like for example, how do you differentiate between right Oki versus I don't know Osaka, right? What is Osaka? Right, and then what was we need a dai like daisuki. Daisuki works. Right, daisuki, right? So and then particles, yeah, you have like there's also like okina where like you have adjective modifiers, and then okiku, right? You can conjugate all of the adjectives and whatnot. So in Chinese you don't. So oftentimes you have these things that kind of help you, and Japanese does something weird. And this is a long story. This is a long preface, but there's things like you can have big and what the heck is gigantic? This is reminding me that I still have problems producing writing. You could do this all day. Yeah, I could do this all day. I'm telling you, this is why I could do this. So let's say the word for big can be placed for the character gigantic. So it would be big, gigantic. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's the mecha. That's right. It's the mecha. That's, yeah. So like gigantic, big, right? This would mean gigantic or big. Now in Japanese, a lot of times they would take one and then make it functional with conjugation. So then it represents a lot of that. In Chinese, it stays this way. So what happens a lot of time is my favorite example. This is my example that I use a lot. So you have 跑步. 跑步, okay. Wait, is that 跑步? That's Lu. Is it 跑步? Oh, no, yeah. 跑步. Wait, what was the left of 跑步? What is the left of this? Was it water? Oh no. What was the left of no. No, I don't think there is any left. It's just oh, hold up. No, I think we're fine. I'm doing aruku. What is aruku? Aruku is aruku not? Is this not aruku? To walk. Oh, I screwed up the top. Dang it. Yeah, I screwed up the top. Okay. So aruku. No, I screwed up the top. I meant it's foot, not it's not foot, it's not dirt. I wrote dirt. I used dirt instead of foot or correct or stop. So aruku, right? This aruku is to walk, right? This, if you plug this with this, is run in Chinese. Yep. And then you might be thinking, okay, then what's run in then what's, you know, hashiru? What is hashiru? Oh, wait, is this aruku or hashiru? Yeah, this is aruku. And then hashiru, hashiru ne? Hashiru wa nan desu ka? Give me to run. Oh, I mixed up. Now I know why I mixed up. I mixed up hashiru, the top of hashiru, with aruku. I juxtaposed this top to this one by accident, and then I got confused. Okay, so hashiru. So hashiru, right? Hashiru. This is associated to walking. So like this is bu, which is, you would be able to find it in. Oh, sorry. That's wait. I'm confused now. Wait. Hold up. I think I confused myself. This is why I use this example. This is run, but I forgot how walking works. Oh, Joe, 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 Joe. Yeah, Joe. So this is Joe, which is to walk. I was thinking what else lines up with Joe. Like, usually you have a direction where you're walking, so maybe like Wan Zhuo. Oh, that's Zhuo. Wan Zhou. Zhuo. Zhou. Yeah, it's Zhou. So, they're the same characters. So this usually is for run in Chinese, and this is for walk. This is mostly dealing with walking in Chinese. So what happened here, I have no idea. However, when you combine them with something like sampo, or san po. Here's one. But when you use this one here, right? And you remember sampo. I'm writing in sampo because it bridges the two. Sampo, san po. They both mean stroll. As in, like, still walk. Sampo is still considered a walk, but a stroll is kind of what this is meaning. So it's like still a walk, but it deals with the act of moving. But this is also associated with running. But in Japanese, I did not find an instance where this is associated with walking except for sampo. So sampo, what is sampo? This is po. And sun. It's fun. I think it's really fun. I still can't produce very well. it's one of those things like you get so used to input, but you haven't outputted very much. So I'll know what sun is when I see it. Oh wait, I think I remember. It's disperse. What is disperse? Something with SpongeBob, grains, a foreman. I think it's wire or it's turf. Turf, maybe moon and foreman. Yes, I think that's sun. And then sampo, and then you add po. I don't know if this looks familiar to you, but this is sampo. Or sanpo. I gotta clean it up, but my hands are really shaky. So this means walk. Or to go on a stroll. For both languages. For both Chinese and Japanese. Right. Pretty sure this is a sampo. Anyways, and the reason why I remember how to write this is because of the mnemonic in HanziHero, not the mnemonic in Wanikani, unfortunately. I think Wanikani has a little bit of a weaker attachment. So the way you remember this, I can show you what HanziHero does differently. So sun, the reason why I know it's sun, and when I hear sun, I can produce this, is because sun, S, is SpongeBob. S is SpongeBob. And like the an part, this is the pawn shop. And then this, I know that it's tone 1 is because, oh, sun, sorry, sun, not, oh, it's not sun, it's sun. Sorry, it's 4. Make it the bathroom. They're in the bathroom, I'm pretty sure. Well, we'll come back to it. We'll come back to it. I'm already down. You gotta go for dinner with a wife? Nice, lucky. You'll keep up Discord? Yeah, drop by on Discord. I don't have a photographic memory. It's more like the whole mnemonics thing, right? You just gotta pave your way with stories. But hey, hear me out. I want to see you do artwork. I'm kidding. No pressure, no pressure. But it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. So if you're eating dinner right now, that means you're in California, probably. You're probably in California. You linked to me a local band from California as well. So, oh, Eastern time? Really? You're in the East Coast, Florida? Sorry. Don't dox yourself. But generally speaking, the most common, just the most common areas with multilingual people is you were born in Miami. Yeah, I'm born in New York City. So like, if you're East Coast, somewhere around the tri-state area, or Florida, and then if you're from the West Coast, if you're 3 hours apart and eating dinner at 6, California, right? But you lived in the South now in Georgia. Fair enough. Fair enough. Um, I I wish there was an Americana thing that would say, but you know, the deep South, yeah. And I'm like characteristically the hub, cultural hub, New York City kind of thing. But I currently reside in Pennsylvania, so a little bit outside of the limits. Yeah. Enjoy, and yeah, enjoy your supper anytime. Definitely Discord is much easier, you know. Nice to meet you too, Weddy. Nice to meet you. It's been a pleasure. Pleasure. Enjoy your dinner. Tell your wife I said uh nice to meet you and whatnot, and hopefully you guys get together and make great art together. That sounded a little weird, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Take care. Adios, right? Adios. Mucho gusto. All right. 城市 城市 I think I'm okay with this. We're okay with this. 他正在城市 What is that? That's supposed to be guy? Yin guy? No. It could be guy. 该住 什么? No. 跟住 No. Yeah, it might be guy. Is it that not guy? Yeah, 该做 not 该住 该做什么? 他正在沉思该做什么? 该做 So should can be decoupled. Interesting. 该做 instead of 应该 right? 应该 All right. So much fun. Every day is an adventure. Now I get someone to practice. Maybe I should really start brushing up on my Spanish even more. I need to wrap up and practice all my regular phrases. Like mucho gusto. I was gonna say something like hajimemashite, right? Hajimemashite as opposed to mucho gusto. It took a while. Like, how do you say nice to meet you? Okay.
沉思
沉思 Okay. It's what I do all the time.
冰块
冰块 冰块 ice cube makes sense. Ice lump of ice cube. 冰块在热水中 something. This is a weak character. We have sword. Wait. Sword, cow, horn. What? I was thinking more like... Oh, the untying thing. Oh, there, Jess. Dang it, the untying thing. So, how does that work? Untie Rong? Rongjie. Rongjie le. How are you doing, Jazz? What are you up to today? I just had the pleasure of being exchanging some information with someone who is a Cuban American couple. Pretty neat. Someone who also doesn't believe they can draw, which we're gonna... it's kind of funny because his wife is an artist. And his wife's like learning Spanish. Such a neat exchange. Geeked out to some music, throwing names around. 冰块冰块 ice cube. Right. Sotsu, right? Sotsukyo is 毕业 You just randomly assign a theme for every 31 days in a month. Every number has a theme. It doesn't matter what month it is. Oh, for the Inktober thing? Wait. Are we talking about Are we still? Or are we talking about something else? Like today? Or the theme? Oh, wait, are we talking about music? I don't know how far we're going back with what I said. You just wanted to distinguish every day in a month, so each day feels different or special. Oh, that's what you're on your mind. Oh, okay. So what's today's theme? What's today's theme? That's really neat. I love it. I absolutely love it. So what's the theme for today, may I ask? I would like to partake. Man, I would look forward to every single day if that's what you do. I would love to hear what your theme is. Practically every single day. Graduate. Oh, 透明. Oh, 透明. Today is called Full Speed Day. You can interpret it however you want, but for you, it means that you just speed through tasks if you can help it. So what did you speed through today? What did you speed through? It's kind of funny. I kind of do the opposite. What I mean is not the speed up day, but instead of assigning a theme for every day, I practice every foundation and make it so that serendipity guides my enthusiasm for the day. I leave myself open to be influenced each day, largely because of my current schedule. So you are my influence. Full speed day. Maybe I could try to do that here. Day starts for you now, and this is the new concept, so it's just trial run for me for now. Oh, okay. So today is full speed day. Oh man, I have a great interpretation. Or a great, my day is like in the midday now, but I would probably be as trite as possible just for fun. Like I would do the opposite of what I do every single day, right? I would be influenced. So you're like, oh, hey, how are you? Good. Next task. It's like, what are you doing? This. That would be my interpretation of full speed. Like, how are you? I love you love giving other freedom to interpret because the way other people think are different. Yeah. I actually do the opposite to get the freedom of sharing. I give myself whatever this time is, so 5 or 6 hours. I openly leave myself for influence, and then we exchange, right? So first the influence, then the exchange, or really more like an exchange to open up for influence, because rarely does it happen the other way where someone initiates the influence, but you did, and that's fantastic. I love that. I need to think about how I can incorporate that into my routine. Thinking about a theme each day for the number. So if today is the first day, then being first means you're the fastest, perhaps. Like interpreting a number. Or how are you generating the themes? To be honest, if you try it out and give theme for all 31, maybe yours look different from mine. No, it will. Like 99.9% chance that it will probably look very different. For example, I can give you already for number one. My first my interpretation of this is solitary. That would be my interpretation of one. Like that's probably what comes up first. Yeah, two? Two? Pals. That's what come up in my head. Two is pals. Wait, have you ever played the like have you ever encountered the meme game or like maybe TikTok trend? I don't go on TikTok, but maybe it came from TikTok, but where people try to say something and you have to say what comes to your mind, and the first one that gets the same thing loses. Like, you have a group of people, you have three people, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna say something, tell me what the three of you say. If it's the same as me, then you lose, right? Because the next one, the moment I see three, I think Musketeers. And the reason why I said that is there is a chance that Musketeers could line up because Three Musketeers because of pop culture. But that's when I'm thinking of like these associations, like representation and association things, it's really also fun to see people who have the same thing. No, you're not aware of the game. You don't go to TikTok or hear trends. Oh, okay. Three Musketeers is a movie and a also like a allusion to a famous book, an author. So it's like kind of like a all of the above. It's all of the above. But the TikTok trend is naming associations. So it is a play on an older thing about matchmaking. And matchmaking more like matchmaking on compatibility. So when you think of when someone is presented with an object or something like a ball, for example, what do you think of? What type of ball do you think of? And that is kind of like three. Three is often linked to a trio, and trio is often linked to the Three Musketeers, which is a famous like theme thing. Or you can think of like three. There's also other things like Trinity. Three for Trinity. Or if you're like a game stuff, of course, you would think of Zelda. Well, not Zelda the person, but the Legend of Zelda, like the Triforce, like a Triforce. This is largely me trying to empathize with all the different people that I've become influenced by, and that's kind of where I approach life. So that's funny that you're giving themes to the 31 days as a way to inspire mix, and then for these things, I often let other people influence me. So the reason I think of Trinity and Zelda is largely not because of my own creation, but largely because of people who shared their ideas with me. How you decide themes? You start from the obvious, like how 14th of February is Valentine's Day, so day 14 is Love Day for all months. Yep. Okay, and then 25, yeah, yep, the 25th day of December is Christmas. So okay, so 25 is gift day for all months. Then yeah, so those would be what I would use when I know enough about a person who's not in line with like but those days would be work. It would work because for 14th I would think of something that is pop culture, that's really pop culturally relevant, and it would end up being Valentine's Day. And not in the sense of it's like like ethical or morality or like however spiritual it is. But generally speaking, when it comes to like the people that talk about something that happens on the 14th of any particular month, it ends up being the predominantly Valentine's Day as well, which we do overlap on that. And then the 25th would be Christmas. A nerd, no, wait, no, I'm just kidding. Like if you're a math person, 25 reminds me of 5 squared. It's a identity thing, 5 times 5. So 5 squared is a fantastic thing for your for the math enthusiasts. It's one of the numbers that multiply by itself. 5 squared. What's another 14 that I could think of? If I was stretching from like some other people's, trying to put myself in someone else's shoes here. What's a 14? 14 is the day after the unluckiest day. 13. So superstitions. Obviously that means that 13 would often be like Friday. Friday the 13th. That's probably one of the pop cultural stuff. For myself, 13, prime number. 13 is a prime number. That's so neat. I love it. That's fantastic. And the thing that you're doing is also kind of related to, by coincidence, what I was talking to Weddy about Inktober. Inktober is a similar concept where they share prompts, but for drawing purposes. And each day of the month encourages the prompt for drawing. So there you say, yeah, May the 4th, yeah, Star Wars Day, yeah. 4 would definitely be Star Wars Day, for sure. And then a personal one I would use is March 4th. That's my birthday. And this is what I mean by that. March 4th. It's an action. So on my birthday is the day that I tell most people to March 4th in their life. Like, move forward. March 4th. Very similar to May the Force be with you, right? It's very, very similar to that. It's my take on Star Wars Day. May the Force be with you is also like, move forward, like, go on, do your thing, be guided by a spiritual, if you will, or a force beyond you. And when you're marching forth in life, that's also the expression, and which also happens to be what my birthday is. So that's kind of where that's where my 4 comes from. 5, average. That's a personal one. I don't think people think of 5 as average. Well, maybe. Sometimes most people now think of 7 as average, but 7 is usually lucky. People think lucky because of like casinos and whatnot. But 5 is average, right? On a number line. 5. This is so neat. We should do this sometime. So today is full speed day. We'll go one at a time. I'm so excited about hearing all your other things. And since it's so out of nowhere, it became the foundation for day 4 being wildcard day. Ooh, wildcard day. I like it. There's that thing too. You can tell me what you think of each day and number, then I wonder and ask you why you think that way. Yeah, and I can ask you. That is so neat. Jazz, that's something to look forward to each day. That is wonderful. For me, I look forward to contrast like my activities. I have foundations. So I start with foundations. So these are my habits, right? My habits. And then I have like a baseline amount of hours or stories that I bring. and most of the time I leave open for being influenced. So the goal is that I have foundations to create consistency, and then the stories are things that I've generated new every single day. So instead of a theme, I have a story in my back pocket, which I already shared with Weddy. And then here, what in terms of interpersonal relationships, here is where I would use these stories to exchange with another person. So then I have the foundations of three things: the consistency, the serendipity, the serendipity component, and then my personal proactive way of bringing a story. Today's story and exchange. So the serendipitous exchange is I'm going to listen to a band called L1011. L1011. Oh, that's kind of cute. L and then 1011. It's a band that Weddy suggested. So I'll probably listen to that in the evening. So every day is kind of new to me because of ideas that I created, and then parasocially, and then ideas that. So you mean you encounter plot twists often? Plot twists, serendipity, a chance. No, not particularly, but I would love to have plot twists. At some point, when you always leave things for influence, it's like what you said earlier, like 2 days ago. After a while, serendipity becomes pattern recognition, right? But I find ways to rationalize pattern recognition with nuance. And then occasionally there are plot twists. Like I would say something and that person's like, oh no, I don't do any of those things. Like, aha. And those are extra. Yeah, they are definitely emotionally extra. If my life consistently have like a proportion of it in which it elicits a twist, that would be, I would get up for that. I would totally go all in on that. But generally speaking, it's built on a bedrock of foundations. So new stories are new in the concept of I'm creating something possibly built on a foundation of patterns. And then the wild card most of the time is serendipitous. Now the wild card, after tracking enough wild cards, like for example, your routine for doing all the days, after years of doing that, there will eventually be less serendipity. And however, I would say typically people would begin to appreciate the effort. So over time, you become attached and become very sentimental. So it's less of plot twist, but more of nostalgia, lots of sentimentalism. So for me, when someone tells me to listen to this band again, like a fourth person who happens to talk about rock, and then they have a specific band and it happens to line up with the same thing, it reinforces a chance for me to return and revisit something that I otherwise would not have revisit. Like oh man, you like this movie too? Man, I really want to rewatch the movie. Can you tell me something about the movie thing? So I go and dig enough for a plot twist, so to speak, or a nuance of them, and I would watch the movie again, or will watch the show again to to infuse this person's experience. So I might have already listened to this band, but I would be more likely to revisit the band again if someone else. So I sometimes there are plot twists. I've been doing this for. I told myself when I left the house, like when I left the nest and went to college, that I would keep to this. So unofficially, officially, I've been doing this for 20 years. 20 years of my life. So more than half my life now. But I haven't done anything to this scale. So this is probably the largest, most open scale I've ever done. And hopefully it does lead to a bunch of plot twists. Because I do really enjoy plot twists in my life. Infusion of randomness. Or semi-randomness. I've already, you already probably got an impression of what I think about pre-selection on the internet. So semi-randomness. Most of the way I meet people or people meet online has gone through several rounds of pre-selection. I think if you want a plot twist, you walk outside and you just walk 3 hours in one direction and then walk back and hope you encounter a plot twist. And even then, your living environment could be so self-selected that it might not be that interesting in terms of twist. You tend to think you're good at creating activities for communities. Do you participate in a community right now? I think that's pretty neat. It's a sheer coincidence that when I read your comment about writing a theme, I immediately thought of Inktober because the last topic that I was talking about with this new person, Weddy, was themed like that. It is very similar in its foundational principles. You ask a stranger to provide a list of prompts of which you then do interpretations of, and then you can provide themes of which other people can interpret and do a drawing, and that drawing itself is transformatively interpretive as well every single day of a specific month, which is October, and hence it's called Inktober. And I thought maybe you also did that, but by coincidence you were sharing a theme of like interpretation and idea exchange all on your own, which is fantastic, right? And it's quite a plot twist, or maybe a plot coincidence. You're not quite in the community, but if you're passionate, then you can think up activities or events for participants to bring the folks together to get to know each other, open up. Okay. Yeah. I'm with you there. That is a very empathetic point. I like bringing people together. Maybe not so. Maybe I can do a little nuance. I'm more in the act of bringing people together, but at the same time, bringing people closer together, like figuratively, is also someone that thinks up of activities and events for participants, right? You bring them together in a post-figurative way. I do like taking one person who's lost and another person who feels like they're lost, and just coincidentally, because they both know me, I put them together and then I let them go. So kind of like your middleman situation, only open generosity middleman. So if I meet someone who happens to like this thing of which I may not be interested in, however, I also encounter another person who shares the same passion, but I might still not be interested in, I can bring those two people together. And making myself available as much as I can presents me with the largest opportunities to put two people together, or more, right? But generally speaking, I talk about the individual level, since I can't possibly orchestrate like thousands and thousands of people at the same time. But perhaps, maybe in the future, I can think of a scalable way. But generally speaking, there are quite a lot of people who are no longer around, or rotate like hundreds of people over within a year, like 100-ish, and they would either know each other in the future or something like that. It's like, oh hey, I can't help you with this, but I am well acquainted with this other person. Perhaps you guys could hit it off on things, and I do enjoy that. You're like you, but I prefer to do it at a larger scale. Organize a party, but once a party is going great, you leave the party to do something else. I think your job is done when people are with each other. That's fair. That's fair. I wouldn't say, I'm not sure what your skills are, but the level of things that I place people together are often not at that scale. It cannot like I would say it fundamentally makes it very difficult to do what I personally do for other people in that regards. It's not the case of hands-off organization, but it deals with like needing to understand those two people in higher detail. So they're more like bringing friends together, or people who don't know that they could be friends together. And oftentimes it's not about a common interest. It's more about the understanding of the compatibility between the two people's behaviors. This does upset some people though. They want you to stay at the party, but you just want to go ahead and start another party. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, there are things like that. Wedding planners, for example. Wedding planners. For myself, I think it's closer to a therapist than it is a wedding planner, for example. Or like a public event organizer. It's more so of closer to matchmaking than it is to that. And it requires a lot more time, so I can't move on from parties. Don't happen very often. it takes quite a while to get people to want to socialize with each other based on the confidence that they have in me, as opposed to the event itself. Like, people are brought together because I know these two people. Not if you ask me, we have every reason to party. That's fair. Well, technically you don't have every reason to party, right? Let's play a little devil's advocate here. Technically you don't have every reason to party because you didn't stay at that party. The reason why I'm saying is the type of people that I bring together are people who have every reason to leave a party and like tangentially start another party, but they're not part of the party, if you know what I mean. So the individuals that I interact with typically over like a year's period or 2 years period are individuals that prefer not to be part of the party or the participant in the party. They are the individuals who like to have control and be the source of the organization. So they rarely come in contact and try to associate with another person, maybe somewhat similar to them, because they're busy being productive, right? They're busy constantly doing things for other people and not necessarily for themselves in a interpersonal way. So that's by coincidence. I'm not saying you may have this absence. However, the ones that I typically associate with do have this absence. They are really productive people that know how to get things done. However, oftentimes they do not stop to slow down the pace of life in order to think about themselves or like participate themselves. There's a random question. Are you aware of MBTI? Not that I'm aware of, no. I'm not familiar with that. No, I'm not aware of that acronym. You can, are the words would be helpful, right? It could be like, what are we talking about here? A like mental situation, like bipolar something identity? I don't know. Or are we talking about an organization? Multinational biotech the Myers-Briggs thing? Oh, okay. Yes, the Myers-Briggs thing, yes. That's fine. You would refer to it just as the Myers-Briggs. But that's interesting. MBTI, huh? That's how people abbreviate it nowadays. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I'm actually incredibly familiar with it. Largely because I have to talk about that most of the time. When someone approaches me with like a personal thing, or talking about how they interpret their own personalities and how it like may be a placebo or a nocebo effect, Myers-Briggs comes up very often. In fact, most, if not all, of the individuals had some crossing with using Myers-Briggs or like some sort of introspection. Yeah. Why do you mention that, by the way? I don't use acronyms very often. The reason why I don't use acronyms very often is there are so many things MPTI can stand for in different fields. So I don't pop culturally think of pop psychology as one of them. Used to be big on it, but you just use it to help make sense of things. Would you like to try to guess your type? I don't know acronyms at all. Let's see. Whatever. So based on the evidence that you gave me on your things, organized, independent, probably consider yourself a thinker. I don't know what the parameters for, like, there's names for them. Let me see. Hold up. Let me see what the parameters are now. Let's see. I S. Wait. Oh. I S. Isn't I'm missing something, aren't I? How does this work again? Like maybe like I N S S N? ISN. No, that is that the. Oh no, sorry, just kidding. Hold up, let me use this. How does this work? Wait. INTJ? Oh yeah. There's a story behind these. Yeah. Most of my knickknacks. Thank you. Most of my knickknacks. Let's say INTJ. That's largely based on what you have shared with me. INTJ probably. It could be like INFJ. Well, any of the INs, I guess. I would start with IN and then probably TJ or FJ. If you used it before. But this is based on our 3-day conversation, which may not be enough information. I do not have enough information from you. You have shared quite a lot though, which makes you makes whatever you say very possibly explicable to me. Although I don't want to infer too much from it. ISTJ. ISTJ. Let me look at these acronyms. ISTJ. Yeah, so I was stuck between IS and IN, and then it's either FJ or TJ. Is what this looks like. Right, based on these things. Right. So, you were either intuitive or sensing. you gave me examples of both. Like from our discussions, sensing and intuition there is evidence of sensing and intuition at the same time. The rest was pretty in line, and then of course the eye, because of that was the most consistent pattern, according to whatever this is defined as. Interesting. I'm not sure if this has changed recently. Has this been updated lately, or does it usually stay the same? It's curious. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't taken one of these before in a long time. It would be interesting if it changes. I've always wondered that. You know? Take it annually and then see if it fluctuates. I'm sure it does, but I haven't ever tracked it. ISTJ has been kind of consistent, but I guess I was different before. Yeah, you know what? I have always wondered that. Like, for example, people like these things. And I mean people, I mean in online metrics, right? Online internet culture that I've met. Like, for example, the other example would be IQ. So then you like scrounge up some IQ stuff, right? And that I can tell you, my IQ did change. Oh, but it did. But now I'm curious. The reason why I asked is because I'm kind of curious in how flexible, you know, the Myers-Briggs is. Because the reason why I asked is there's others like the spectrum tests, right? They're very spurious, and there's a heavy nocebo and placebo effect for these things, especially when self-administered or self-tested. There's an incredible nocebo effect, actually. For this, I consider it a nocebo effect, but it's a placebo effect for most people. They desire to talk about this, so it's very difficult without understanding the person's behavior. Like if I was someone's friend and I know a lot about their routine and their behavior, and they're expressive enough to at minimally communicate those, then I can contrast them with using these type of screens, and these types of screens would either confirm or validate or have inconsistencies. So for example, when someone tells me, oh, they don't sleep at all, they sleep 4 hours a day, oftentimes self-reporting underestimates how much they sleep when they want to be someone who's seen as very active and sleep. Like that's historically a very consistent meta-analysis. When you try to survey someone and then you follow how many hours they sleep, it's actually there's a dissonance. Very commonly, people who believe that they're sleeping a lot less, that they want to sleep a lot less, like they have an insomnia problem. When the sleep study is done, in many of those cases, oftentimes they actually sleep longer than they think they do. And so the source of the problem, the reason why this is very important to note, is because then the source of their problem was the quality of their sleep, not the duration of the sleep, is kind of one of these things. So oftentimes I try to ascertain if that's, you think you just like a gallery of things, like the periodic table, types of rocks and minerals, days and months, and also MBTI, 16 personalities or sort through. Yes, categorization is very, very much what I gathered from you. I think you don't even need to say it. You legitimately express it very, very consistently. If we're 3-day strangers, so with a grain of salt, but without a doubt, one of the most consistent ways that you are representing or expressing your passions and talents and like disagreements and whatnot deal with categorization. And I would say a younger me, someone like my 23-year-old me would be really, really all about the categorization. Like, boy howdy, if you talk about rocks and minerals, I had boxes of rocks and minerals. Like, what I mean is, sometimes when I go to the beach or something, or like if that ever happens, like go to a place where there's something that needs to be organized, we go sorting. You gotta sort those things, man. You see someone who has like a closet and it's not ordered in like Roy G. Biv, like along the electromagnetic spectrum, like at least the visible spectrum. That is something that breathes incredible. Do you like watching sorting things? Oh wait, have you played a game called A Little to the Left? Oh, you might like that if you're not too busy. I think it's called A Little Left. I was gonna play it to like expose people to language learning because you can say the objects and stuff and remind yourself. But I think it's called A Little to the Left. Yeah. Oh, that might be really wonderful. I don't know if you played this game before, but it's basically organizing. If you have time, of course. But this, I was gonna use this as the game A Little to the Left as a to practice vocabulary. Like, oh, these are nails. What is nails in Japanese and Chinese and Spanish? And then I was gonna do that in the future. But this game is very cathartic and super like chill for it. You haven't known, but it looks interesting. Yeah, it's basically, and this is a genre now, Jazz. Like, this is a subgenre in indie games where you legitimately have the satisfaction of sorting through things, and it's fantastically cathartic for individuals who are constantly categorizing and wanting like things to fit, you know, inventory, that stuff. Actually, simulator games are getting to that point already, like car mechanic, right? Like car mechanic sim, like delivery sim, like there's like a car managing a like simulation games in general. And we're not talking about like visceral experiences like flight simulator. We're talking about like shop owning, organization, hyper management, micromanagement stuff, or like production line stuff. That stuff, in my opinion, is a great niche genre for anyone who loves those. And for the record, if you put it in it that, I would think about how can feel relaxing, comforting for some people. If you put it, yeah, it can be. Obviously, for others who do not like that, free spirited, I would say, for those who are incredibly free spirited and welcome the chaotic order of messy definitions and whatnot, that's something that I would say if I took a Myers-Briggs test when I was younger, I would say immediately I could probably think of my categorization archetype. Fast forward to my 38-year-old self. The world by nature cannot be organized completely. Don't talk to mathematicians or physicists. If they find solace in these organizing games, then that's great. It's kind of funny that you say it that way and that categorizes the thing. I don't think that's neat either. I don't think that's a neatly thing to say, but interesting enough. Like, you organized people. You organized nature not being able to be organized completely. That's fair enough. Like, talking in absolutes, like nature can't be wholly organized. We're not going to talk about physicists or mathematicians here. And then, you know, finding solace in these organizing games. They're not only organizing games, but they're an aspect that deals with organizing. Right. So very sharp, defined comments. You have a wonderful, consistent, sharp, defined categorization in the way you approach things. And those organization games tend to have sharp defined boundaries. As opposed to like a game like a roguelike game or something with a randomly generated component and outcomes that may not necessarily be entirely controllable. Like a system that works beyond your ability to find control in. Instead, you're aloof and carried with however nature wills it, I suppose. And then everything in between. Also, ironically, you love visiting art exhibitions or contemporary art galleries. You love galleries. Yeah, galleries. The very specific nature of art. As opposed to like walking outside and looking at what nature has to offer as art, right? Although I'm very curious, what is it in those art pieces that may grab your attention, right? Is this the idea of the art exhibition in art galleries, or like the collective themes in it, or the disparate and emotional connection you have with those pieces? Here's a free-spirited version of it. Someone who goes to an art exhibition because they particularly like 2 or 3 pieces in the entire gallery. That's kind of like the idea of like serendipity and stuff. It's not the whole thing, or rather the gallery itself. It's that very particular chance that a artwork or a few pieces of artwork they're interested in may show up in it as a like a point of contrast. Someone who's maybe like the Myers-Briggs thing would be like an en an en. You just go, you fill it out, whether the art is contemporary art has been weird, or at least weird to many, but you just like being the main character in these weird art installations, and you just nod to yourself to silently understand the absurdity of contemporary art. Yeah. I have like my exposure to contemporary art. I haven't been in the art gallery in a while. My serendipity relies on other people being interested in going to the art gallery. So that might be a thing. Hold up. I just realized might be a little late today. Okay. That's interesting. Thinking of you as a main character. Man, have I already asked you if you're interested in video games? I probably asked you a bunch of times already. Because the theme of Clear Obscure happens to be that. By sheer coincidence. I need to fill this up. Okay. Yeah, have you happened to like watch anyone or consume any type of coverage of like games or whatnot recently? Clear Obscure is themed after paintings. The absurdity, huh? May I ask, what's the most absurd thing you've seen recently at a contemporary art gallery? I have not stepped in one. I don't think I've ever stepped in a contemporary art gallery. Unless you consider novelty museums as a form of contemporary art. I think I might have triggered a bunch of people by saying that.
冰块
Being quiet. It's kind of neat though. Contemporary art. I think contemporary art has that. I might be generalizing now. Like a contemporary art museum strikes me as something that would be stereotypically very defined looking too. And defined in the sense that there is chaos to some of the expressions, but the chaos is contained within a very strict form. As opposed to like absurdity in the sense of like it's uniformly absurd is what I'm saying. As opposed to like, oh wait, that's just a normal sunset. Or what have you. You can just randomly throw in a game called Endless Becoming Apartment. Maybe Art Galleries is just its own aesthetic. I see. Yeah, like art galleries give me this how should I put it? Whenever I think of like museums and art galleries, I think of immaculately curated, contained chaos. So like organized chaos. Then when I think of nature, I think of chaos. but in a reverse way, there's organization to be found in that chaos, but chaos feels more apt. It's stronger on the chaos part, or something beyond my understanding. And then when you go into like a contemporary art, there's like this journey of understanding that you can have. Sorry, I'm trying to think of the last time I went to an art gallery. And my first thought is, why did I go to the art gallery? I wanted to understand the painters. So when I like go in, my aspirations when I think about it is like, I wonder what kind of personalities I will encounter. Then when I think about contemporary art galleries, I kind of see that there might be a consistency between all those individuals. Like, what is this painting telling me about the artist? And that's kind of how I'm not sure when you say you're nodding silently, what's going through your mind about it. So I'm curious about what is it considered absurdity. It's a free game and it's a good visual of how view art galleries. Oh, Endless Becoming. Interesting. Endless Becoming. Okay. I wouldn't say this would be okay. I don't know if that is new to me, but I can kind of see what it's going for. Yeah. Intriguing. Have you played walking sim games at all? I think walking sim games are very akin to art galleries in the way that this Endless Becoming Apartment is, but it's a very like specific aesthetic. And art galleries are very can come in many shapes and forms, and there are quite a lot of interesting ways to present that art gallery. Like for example, the back rooms would be an art gallery. So it does have that empty but isolated feeling, that the one that you mentioned, the Endless Becoming thing, that empty vessel, like you're the main character, right? You're the one that's wandering in this isolated visual place. Walking sim genre is your core game genre? Oh, okay. Yeah, the beginner's guide, yep. Etc. Yep. Everybody's gone to the rapture, yep. When the darkness comes, and Stanley Parable and others. I figured. There are other types. Well, you named very it's funny because you named not necessarily all, you named a very particular subgenre of walking sims. Very particular subgenre of walking sims. Now the question is, to get that E in the Myers-Briggs, right? To get that E in the Myers-Briggs. Have you played games like What Became of Edith Finch? Or like things that deal with communicating and moving and polling your emotions through the projection of someone else's emotions. Stanley Parable and like the Beginner's Guide, that kind of thing, is dealing with a very, and when the darkness comes, like most of them are dealing with a very particular walking sim subgenre. It's very consistent. And I imagine, and others would be something outside of other types of walking sim games that I'm referring to, like grief, sob story. Sadly, you're not one with fancy gadgets. You don't play Edith Finch only because you're a simple casual player. Edith, what do you mean by fancy gadgets? What does that have to do with fancy gadgets? That doesn't, I don't connect with you on that. Edith Finch is for casual players. Actually, Beginner's Guide, Stanley Parable are for hardcore players. Hardcore sim, that's a very niche genre. Edith Finch is a wider genre in the walking sim category. And it's an indie title with low requirements. If you're talking about fancy gadgets, it can run on a laptop. It could run on your smartphone probably, if you have one. But I'm not entirely sure. You don't have gaming laptop or console, nor do I want to have a gaming, that sort of thing. Yeah, but it can run on your smartphone probably. So what are you using now? Whatever you ran Stanley Parable can run Edith Finch. So that's why I think you're creating a double standard here, in my opinion. You've somehow made an excuse that doesn't track to me. If you can run Stanley Parable, you can run Edith Finch. And also, again, like I would qualify that Edith Finch is casual. Stanley Parable is not. I guess you're just not interested in picking it. It doesn't sound like it. I was curious though. I was curious. You answered my question though. You obviously answered it in a way that definitely double downs on like disinterested in very specific walking sims. So your core game genre is the niche, is a niche part of the walking sim genre. Like Firewatch? Firewatch would be another one. Is it called Firewatch? Yes, Firewatch. Not sure if you played that. That's kind of a little less it's a little bit more cold, right? A colder one. Hardcore, a little bit more hardcore. I think walking sims casual group typically works on the visceral emotional side of things. And then in my opinion, the hardcore is ones that are detached, like calculating humor or situational humor tends to be the more hardcore version of sim games. The casuals like to use their feelers in a walking sim. Interesting. Huh. Since you're not into it, is strange. You may like walking sims, but there are times when you just jump into competitive games only to back out again after a short period of time. NLB, Rocket League, Tetris. Is this on a console? Since you're saying that you don't have gaming... Oh, wait. You're saying you don't have gaming laptops or consoles. How does one play MLBB, Rocket League, and Tetris?
透明
I have done none of those things. That's interesting too. Tetris, maybe on the Game Boy, way back. And then I kind of played like Oil Pop. Rocket League, I have not done myself. And MLB, what is the closest thing to a sports game? I played like NBA Jam way back in the day, but that's an arcade game. I guess one of my friends played like FIFA. And then there's like some racing sim games, but I haven't really played a sports game. Oh, me. Transparent.
冷淡
You know, this reminds me of how someone came up with gaming personalities. It's amusing. Gaming personalities. Yeah, there are very coincidental behavioral patterns that people can wrap into a gaming personality. You know, I can kind of see that, especially when you do skits and comedy. Comedy bears a lot of the personality situations, right? Like, science has science personalities, and often it's very amusing, especially when it's born out of comedy or humor. Kind of like Stanley Parable and The Beginner's Guide. And you can make a lot. Oh, like there's also cultural, right? Cultural personalities and language personalities. Gaming personalities, yeah, definitely. What would you have you considered what your gaming personality is like? Is there like some sort of attempt to standardize this somehow or popularize? You know, taking. I remember one trend in like BuzzFeed and whatnot where you take these like different personality things, you know, like, oh, what Star Wars character are you? Sorry, I'm using Star Wars because you mentioned Star Wars before. Like, what Star Wars personality? So you take the gross average like statistics that line up with the behavioral output, right, of the character, and you line up and see if their decision making reflects that. And then it becomes that personality. You are like the Jedi type, or the or you're more likely to be an Imperial or a rebel, that kind of thing. And I think gaming personality has taken on that too, largely due to the large amount of sample size that you can data mine from places like Twitch, observing Twitch. Let's see. This is contemplate, and I'm contemplating very hard about that. 城市
沉思
沉思沉思 They told you that you're a main character sort of player? Okay, that's certainly one thing. And they mentioned you most likely enjoy Detroit Become Human? Yeah, most definitely. But also your secondary person is you enjoying a build a kingdom or a village. Build a kingdom or a village from zero. Ah, wait. So there was a... okay. Yeah, algorithm-based things too. Algorithm-based data mining to match people. Main character type, huh? And then they combined it with your walking your other characteristics, because a main character type, there are things I'm not sure if you would enjoy because they are extended out of like triangulated, like there are other divergent paths for main character sort of player. Like for example, a character RPG would probably be something that I would be surprised if you substantially enjoy. Character RPGs, which are main character inspired. And then most competitive things are main character sort of player based. They give you main gaming personalities and a second one. I see. Intriguing. I am not interesting enough. I'm the opposite of you, probably out of preference. However, if let's say this gaming personality site took a record of all of my games that I've played, it would be interesting to determine if they think I'm a main character sort of player or not. Because by frequency, like I imagine you're answering these questions as opposed to taking the person's history of gaming preferences. So, my questions will most definitely identify me as a not main character sort of player if they're asking questions. I refer to this is not to diminish what other people get, like what you might get from a main character game. For me, if the character is me, the game is soulless. I usually refer to it as a soulless game because it's a vessel for you to inject your soul into the game. So the character that you're playing is soulless. So for myself, people would recommend games in which I play a character, I role play as a character that isn't myself. And then those characters occupy a world that they either have no control over or the worlds don't necessarily revolve around them, but they are part of a bigger tapestry. So Detroit Become Human can still fit in both. Like I would love to play Detroit Become Human, but the idea of the main character thing is interesting. There's a divergent path on interpreting the main character sort of player. There were questions. One part you noticed is that some people play games to boast, to be extroverted and loud. Okay, so like those are two separate things, or to show off and taunt in like shooters or other PvP games. Wait, are all those options, or are all those linked to a single personality? Interesting. Some player play games to boast. There's a lot to unpack there. If so these are separate things, right? You can indicate these things in the question. Are those the only choices? Now I'm genuinely curious where does gaming personality takes it. This is all one personality, so very frenzy, very let's come together, very do something together. I don't. Interesting. Huh. All of that is in one personality. Intriguing. Intriguing. One of them kind of needs a little clarification, but I can see it. Not sure about frenzy though. That's kind of interesting. Someone with that personality that just described, they don't want to be friends. They're opportunist. And then not using like the idea of let's do something together. It's more like let's do it as long as it benefits me. That's the main character archetype. like let's succeed together instead of saying let's do something together. The more extroverted like person who's playing not to boast, right? As a contrast. To be honest, you feel like you're not concrete only because you read the gallery by yourself and you need time to describe it better. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Intriguing. Yeah. Huh. Give me a few weeks. I think I want to peruse like this topic a little bit deeper. I don't know how pervasive or how trendy this topic is. I'm when you mentioned like gamer types or personalities, I'm thinking of like humor. Like, oh, there's that a gamer type where they have 8 billion lists of things to do and they painstakingly do all those things on the list in the order that they come up with. Gamer type, right? Or a gamer that sits there and argue how to squeeze out 0.1% productive efficiency on their output of gold in this casual farm sim game type of personality. Like those like joking but also real feeling things. There's this other player type who loves dress up, modification, designing characters using specific colors, making color sets mostly about self-expression. That is definitely one of them. Yes. Yeah. And then it would be spun into a sense of humor, right? It would be laughing about it. Like, how to capsulize that. Fashion is the end game. That would be belonging to this gamer type. Fashion is the end game. Give me all the fashion. Yeah. Especially long-standing like MMO live service games. Give me all the customizations. A true end game. Fashion is the true end game. Interesting. Chuang To. To penetrate. Oh yeah. I already we saw this yesterday. 这种什么？这种 this 器 Oh, this is military. 武器可以穿透 Oh no. This is Shun and Chuang Sheng. Zhuang Sheng. Zhuang Jia. Dang it. That's Jia. Do I have this? Oh, I probably don't. Jia. Armadillo? I like you mean the joke about how these players would spend hours designing their avatars? Yeah, that would be like the gamer personality they're making fun of. Or like, not making fun of in the sense of they're trying to offend someone, but more like, it's almost like self-expressive in its own right. Like for me, I would make jokes about, that one player who like gets on and they would see a scene that they know and they would spend 10 hours talking about how that scene changed their lives. Me. It's a gaming personality. One of the gaming personality is like, you see a sad scene and you just break down and you talk about it for 5 hours. Gamer personality. So it would be like a joke at my expense. So Whenever I think about those, I love humor like that. I enjoy people who categorically use stereotypes and whatnot as their humor. Kind of like Stephen He when he does things about Chinese culture, for example, or like Nigel and Uncle Roger kind of thing. I love it. That's kind of what I imagine, and then from that you gather those gaming personalities. Like so, the very particular gaming personality that I ascribe to is the walking sim guy who thinks everything has a higher meaning. So it's the opposite of it's nearly not very relatable to how you're consuming walking sims. So that's what I was alluding to. Like when I talked about Edith Finch and stuff, I'm like I have a different quote unquote gaming tendency or personality. I'm that guy who, like, I need to be moved. Like, get me bleeding. My heart must bleed. I must be asking myself and questioning my existence over and over again, while also trying to find every nook and cranny of detail that is available from the artwork or the piece that this person has made. That is that type of gaming personality who can't get past like the first 30 minutes of the scene because it was so impactful emotionally. or oh, here's another gaming joke personality. You sit there, you're holding back the tears, like, guys, I'm not crying. You're crying. Like, I'm not sad. You're sad. That would be a joke about I'm that type of gaming personality, where I would say like, guys, I know this is very upsetting. I'm okay. Let's keep playing. I'm not sad right now. You're sad. I seek those games. Like, it's one of those on the surface you don't want to seem like you're devastated or profound, but at the same time you consistently seek games that do that because your life is very consistent. So like what type of movies and shows, what type of personality do you have for book reading and movies? If I personally pick something, it would be something incredibly depressing. Either incredibly depressing or incredibly dark in the sense of it's very real. It's a problem that everyone can relate to. However, most of the time I let other people inspire me to watch things. So I watched the entire MCU catalog because someone I knew that's close, or someone that I still know that's close to me, really likes the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So I watch all of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Now, the question I always often ask myself when it comes to these character personality types and stuff, to answering a question without knowing your frequency of doing things, are they reliable? And I often wondered, when someone thinks about how they answer the questions, how do they go about answering the question? Do they fulfill what they think they are, or do they scrounge and think about the frequencies that they categorize, right? And I am definitely a fan. This is where, in my opinion, Jazz, you and I connect. I record a lot of things. I consistently record things, be it a journal or some sort. So when people ask me, what's my favorite RPG game? I usually use recency because I dated all my RPG games. And then they could ask, like, what is your very specific, like, what is your favorite Japanese dark fantasy RPG game? Then I can go back and categorically answer that question. And then someone could say, well, what is your favorite game in general? And then I can answer, if it's based on frequency, we can categorize it down to a subgenre. And then that subgenre can be filtered by total games played within a specific amount of time, and that would probably be like something like JRPGs or something. To speak of like the whole categorization type of deal, like how many games, how many days, how often I have done things, how many units, how many words. It's also satisfying. I think that's one part that I can truly empathize when you mentioned numbers and categories. Behavioral patterns are wonderful. We can talk about personalities a lot. That's a guilty pleasure of mine. I do look at behavioral patterns and then how people categorize them. How often I talk about them is dependent on the other person. So if someone doesn't like to be categorized, then we talk about free-spirited things. Like, how was your day today? It's like, oh, it rained. Do you like the rain or do you not like the rain? Or what is it so interesting about the rain that you notice the rain? And then you leave it up for like open-ended summation. And at some point you gather enough information and you kind of try to put them in the category. But that's for like useful purposes. So I think your first comment that you mentioned about how people usually speak in the same pattern, that is a very it's a comment that I do hear myself saying to myself in my head. However, I may or may not act on it or create decision making around it. I tell myself I switch it up every once in a while. Try to switch it up. So tonight would be a great this evening would be an example for music. On what?
穿透
Chuantou. That's outside. He's wearing. Yes. I like you mean. Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading the same character. I have a habit of glancing over and reading the same messages. Chuantou.
骨架
骨架. Just the bones? Just a bone shelf? You want to make a museum for your vast bone collection. Only right now all you have is a bunch of shells. So you organize the bones onto the different shelves, laying out a basic framework for how the museum will be organized whenever you get the money to make it. It's a skeleton. A framework. You can also call it a scaffold. Probably. That's wow, that's the most that's a lot for this. Interesting. Yeah. 房屋的骨架 That's
骨架治国
govern country. All right. Yep. To govern the country. Wow. That's some flexibility right there. To run a country. Oh, interesting. Okay. 治国. How does the 治 mark? Oh yeah. Elbow to the mouth. Okay. 治国需要 Two characters I don't recognize. 智慧 wisdom. 智慧 I need that. 智慧 I have neither of those characters yet. Okay.
治国，
治国，治国。Yes.
背，
Bay. Oh no. Why does this have to be Bay? Alright. I have some nightmares with Bay. I have a couple. I have a weak Bay. Yeah, I have a weak Bay in the docket. Bay for back. Bay. Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the beach house preparing for a prank. He filled the entire bathtub with shellfish and moreover has dressed up as a giant shellfish himself. He's lying in wait for the next person to come into the bathroom, whereupon he will jump out and yell, "Eat my clams." That's really good. I like that. That's lovely. Well played. Eat my clams. Can't forget that. Bake in before I forget it. 宝贝，宝贝 baby 宝贝 Huh. Intriguing.
背，
Oh.
厚，
Oh. Thick. What is 熱い? Is that? Ho. Harry Potter is in the bathroom of the bakery, trying to deal with a magical cake he made that went horribly wrong. That checks out with Harry Potter. The cake is to celebrate a seaside trip. Beach. Oh, wait. Oh no, they're not at the beach house. They're just at the bakery. And has a picture of a sun. Seaside trip, I see. Shining on a scenic cliff with a child. Okay. Posing on the rocks. However, the magical cake is so thick that Harry's hand is stuck in it. Excuse me, how'd you get to the bathroom with it? And it keeps on slowly sucking him into the picture. He screams and tries to pour water over the cake to make it weaker, but it only grows thicker and heavier. A magical eating cake? That sounds Harry Potterish. In a bakery? Okay. Alright. Maybe try to throw some croissants as well. Okay. Croissant is my keyword for bakery. Alright, ho. Okay. Thickness. Oh, ho too. Thickness? That's fair enough. A deep, thick? Shenho. Shenho, deep, thick, huh? Nong ho. Oh, that's nong as well. Chuen ho.
厚，
Oh. Okay. Okay. So I'm like drawing a mental image. Gotta draw a mental image.
背，
Oh, this one's good. This one's very good.
骨架，
Unnecessarily complicated this time for me with the framework description. Interesting.
厚，
Right? Right?
治国，
Uh-huh.
穿透，
穿透. All right, let's get our 4 more characters, right? Oh, give me a component. Oh, sun. All right. Sun, what do we got for sun? I swear if it's sin, I'm gonna flip a table. Sun. All right. So what is SpongeBob going to do with a lot of trees or forests? A SpongeBob SquarePants is in the front of the infirmary, sure, where he is a volunteer. Okay. He is in the midst of planting a forest that the sick patients can walk around in to recover. Oh, that's kind of neat. Yeah, he digs a hole with a spatula and plants another tree, making the woods closer and closer to becoming a true forest. All right, all right. Done. Okay. All right. Sunling. Ying Sun. Gloomy? Negative forest? Gloomy.
森
Sun. What? What did I say? Forest?
丈
Young. Oh no, we have Chinese yard. So now we have Chinese mile, Chinese inch, Chinese liter, and Chinese yard. And it's using height. Okay. A cane? Huh. Was this supposed to be height? Yeah, we're just gonna add height. If you take a dead walking broom and attach a cross to the top of its handle, you can create a sort of cane. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
丈
Yeah. Oh, here we go. James Bond is in the bathroom of the chapel with his favorite cane. Does it pew pew? A cane is exactly 1 Chinese yard. Okay, as a favor to the priest, he measures the length of the holy bathroom by placing his Chinese yard cane on the floor to serve as a yardstick. What? I'm gonna say it's like a high-tech cane, you know? A cane that has like a laser pointer or something that can measure out. Oh yeah. Ooh. Hey. Ooh. Maybe we can consolidate. It's exactly 1 Chinese yard. That sounds like something that is very peculiar about it. For priest to measure out the holy bathroom. I can foresee a Zheng problem. Like this problem. Zheng. Very, very similar issue here, where the chapel is very detached from James Bond. And this is chapter. That was one of my weak ones recently. It's so detached from James Bond. Okay, alright, we'll see. Oops. That pop up. Block the example. What? Why? Why? What? Why? Why Chinese? Why? Explain. Jiangfu, like what? Chinese are Chinese yard plus Kevin. Why? Why you do this? Chinese yard plus groom or husband equals husband. Furious. A 火冒三江 火冒三江 Fire Dare 3 Chinese yard. Furious. I'm gonna be flipping some tables in the future. Although these long phrases are very, very they're very like kind of there's so much context clues. It's practically a sentence itself. You know, it's practically a story itself. So What would I say here? Fire, dare, 3, Chinese yard. You'd be pretty furious if you dared someone to like set fire to 3 Chinese yards of anything, in my opinion. Maybe that's how we go about it.
丈
God. That's
Song.
wild. Song or pine? Matsu? Matsu? Okay, Song. SpongeBob SquarePants is in front of the temple. In front of the temple where he is decorating the huge pine tree that stands in the middle of a rock garden. He hangs ornaments of fins and elbows. Wait, is this not? I thought this was a character in itself. Oh, maybe they don't have public. Public is not one of the characters or components. He hangs ornaments of fins and elbows on it while singing Christmas carols in front of a temple. The monks are annoyed because that pine tree is sacred and they don't celebrate Christmas. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, because he has to pigeonhole a pine tree. Honestly, that kind of sounds like something SpongeBob would do. Fins and elbows. Alright. Don't necessarily need it for the pine, but do need it for the song. Song. Oh, song. Xu. Song Xu. So, pine mouse. Squirrel. A squirrel. Sorry, squirrel. I don't know. Sorry. I'm thinking of like a skit that someone made about Germans and the word squirrel. Song Shu. Song Shu. Yeah, Song Shu. Song Ling. Okay. Makes sense. Yes.
松
Song.
Ji
Imagery. Ji. Since. Oh no. Since. Why does this bring me back some scary... I have a weak vocabulary word that means since, and I don't remember what it is. Okay, T. Alright, Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the house. On the pot. Like, on the toilet? Since there were no toilet paper, he calls the butler to get some. Alright. Since the butler came in and gave him some, he had to give him some silver. Since he had no silver, he gave the butler his robot dog as a tip. What? Or any gadget, but he does have a robo dog though, so that kind of checks out. Is this... I feel like this isn't the first time. D also dealt with some sort of maid. Okay. So Jimmy Neutron both has a butler and a maid. That's what this sound. Why this sounds so familiar? Ji Yang. Oh right, the other sense does deal with Yang. What is it like? Oh no, that's Sunli though, right? Turang is Sunli. Sense. Ji Ding. Sense set. Established. Okay.
Ji
Alright. Wait.
松 森
Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
记
Mm-hmm. Wait, what is this supposed to mean? Oh.
账
Okay. So I was a little bit chatty today. I need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back before we start our reviews. All right. So, to embrace the power of speed, let's see how quickly we can. All right, it's 450 on the time. All right. Try this.
树林
我喜欢在树林里散步。
Oh, come on. Woods and forests. We're not gonna distinguish between them. Don't even. We're not gonna do this. Not today.
引导
父母必须引导他们的孩子。
英寸
这个小孩有42英寸高。
All right, English. Yeah, English inch. What? Oh, how did I type moo instead of woo?
事实
我们不能否认事实。
Yep. Yep. Anytime now. Anytime now, it'll come to me. I get lost. Oh, yes.
园艺，
我爸爸喜欢园艺。
仅有，
他是我仅有的朋友。
内容，
这本书内容很有趣。
What? Think about it later.
物种，
现存物种，
石桥，
石桥正在维修中。
目力，
我的目力有点模糊。
Oh, Cocoon only has one C?
你，
Oh no. Oh no. Wait.
坏事，
坏事可以变成好事。
Okay. It's fine. Crisis averted.
唱片，
请播放那张唱片。
泳衣，
这条泳衣很漂亮。
未来，
我期待未来。
毛，树，
Oh.
确保，
请确保你带着身份证。
确保 What? Oh, reserve? Authentic? Authentic protect. 确保 Like, Huh. What am I looking at? Oh, I typed the wrong thing there.
热气，
热气球，
热气 Just oh, like vapor? What? What? Oh no. I had a problem. Oh wait. It's fine now. Is it?
声调，
普通话有4个声调。
朝代，
汉朝是中国历史上最重要的朝代之一。
I can't unsee nasty. Dynasty has nasty in it. I can't unsee that. But immediately I'm like, dynasty. I'm like, oh, this just kind of ruins the like the regalness of the word dynasty. I can't unsee it anymore. Ah, wait. I need to get that back. What? What does this mean? Like, please, your please protect. Is it still protect? I don't think this is true. Ensure? Is that okay? Oh, I guess make sure is good. Make sure is good. Does that really say ensure? Like, can I definitely get ensure from there? No, make sure is good. Make sure is good. What did I write the first time? Yeah, that's fine. I don't like it. I'm thinking of different. I'm thinking of different things when I like authentic. That does not get me ensure. Yeah, that doesn't get me ensure. Well, what do you got for me? To make sure something is authentic and in place in order to protect against the possibility that it wasn't or isn't. That's awful. That's such a roundabout. To ensure. I think we're gonna just do assurance, right? Honestly, I don't like authentic as well. What are my authentic? What are my authentic? Accurate? And shit, I mean, that's fine. I guess that's true. That's good. Confirm. That's true. Yeah, it's this one. So this one's the oddball out. And then what do I have for protect? Safeguard. Oh. No, that doesn't help either. What do we have for protect so far? Bao Hu, which is protect. And then Bao Liu, reserve. Yep. And then ensure just out the window. Maintain, yeah. Bao Chu. Bao Jiang, guarantee. Oh. Guarantee. Okay. And then Bao Xian is the closest, is what I was gonna use from now on to get ensure. What's the difference between ensure versus insure? Insure and ensure are often confused, but they have distinct meanings. Insure primarily refers to protecting against financial losses, typically. And insure means to make certain of something or guaranteed an outcome. I guess that is they are different, even just reading how I would agree with these definitions of them. And then there's assure as well, which means to like give someone confidence or to remove doubt, right? You're assuring someone. So insuring someone is to provide like protection from a loss. Ensure is to provide protection from forgetfulness, I think, or to make guarantees, right? So to provide guarantees. Can't really flex protect though. And assure is to protect from doubt. I guess we can think of it as protect from loss, protect from doubt, and protect from Yeah, it's protect from loss. So insurance and assurance. Yeah. I got this. I got this. We're fine. I think I got this.
景
What am I looking at, Jing? YOLO. I YOLO'd that so hard. That was not great.
伤
Or injure? Interesting that they didn't. Okay.
跳舞
我不喜欢跳舞。
So what did I screw up here? Oh.
经验
这位老师有丰富的经验。
经验. I want to say experience, something like experience. Oh, okay. All right, that's fine. And then injure? What do they want? Harm? Hot. Vapor. Steam. Steam ball. That doesn't... hot...
选
That was a problem before, so pretty solid. What am I looking at? This is a thing? It's definitely not attached. Is this a unit of measure? No. I have no idea what this is. We're just gonna pass for now. What in the actual wound? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's unnecessarily extra. That's unnecessarily overlapping. So what is this? What does a person in a caliper do? Slender Man and a caliper. What? I have no idea. All right, I'm blocking you out. A payment. I mean, it does deal with payment. I guess if we're gonna do payment, we're just gonna do pay as well for this. It's not gonna change her.
强
What did I say? Wound? I thought I knew what this is. Oh, wait. Oh.
秀 变
That is changing too. Doesn't have to be it can be that too. What was the thing? It was payment, right? Payment. Oh, what?
铁定，
铁
Oh,
定的事实，
适合，
他适合做教师，
急，排练，
今天几点排练？
somehow that worked out. Oh, this is a convoy. That was a problem. Hold on.
备用，
我备用了一些食物，
That was a problematic one, sort of. And I totally
验，
mistaken this for something else earlier. YOLO? Oh no, I accidentally typed the wrong thing.
心态，
At this one, this is what I mixed it
冒险。
up with.
冒险是他的兴趣之一，
冒险，冒险，冒险。Ah! I don't want to talk about. What?
会， 市区，
那家店不在市区里，
I don't know. What is going on with that one? Hot air. It's like hot air request? What?
优势，
公司有明显的优势，
是，
Oops. The 气球? Oh, they just wanted heat. Okay. That's fine. What is another way to say hot air? I don't know. Oh, it's heat. Of course. What I screwed up here? Oh, wait.
书，
Okay, so what is this? What are you? How can I feel what's going on here? Is it scenery? Yes, it is. Oh heck,
结
结合，
合，
结
理论与
合，
实践相结合，
you heckin' 结合. How does 结合 work? Assemble? Oh, it's not assemble. That's gonna be the end of me.
优秀，
他是一位优秀的学生。
秀丽，
她的容貌非常秀丽。
价值，
这幅画具有很高的艺术价值。
切，恶化，
不要让情况恶化。
I don't know. Oh man, I can't push this off any longer. I really need to sort out that. Like group together, establish, construct. Mm.
连续，
他连续几天都在准备考试。
Oops. Which one is this? Combine? Yeah, I need like combine, merge. They're all. Oh, I should have used tied together. So 结合 was not the thing I was thinking of from the other day. 结合 is to combine, but what was I thinking the other day? 结构 is okay, and okay, 终结. So I basically went through all of this. I had to go through all of these every single time. 结束.结束 was fine. So 结论. So I'm gonna default to combine for the he. It's the he that's the problem now on these. Yeah, this is pretty aggravating the way these are defined without overlapping with each other. And then fit is a problem. So it's probably compose. Compose and combine are the ones that I need to be careful of. And the assemble is to gather together. 集合. Alright, that's all I need to sort out. I only need to sort out assemble, combined, compose. Also, and unite. Because is used for that, but tied together is used for unite. Right, yeah. That's so have to distinguish between hers unite and jizz unite. And then I have to distinguish between combine. Oh no, I'm missing organize. Is it off her? No, it's not. It's off it's probably off. Sure. Could be off sure. appropriate. No, it's not off shirt. Something is off this. Oh, it's actually it's completely different. That's okay. Oh, this one's problematic. That's gonna be problematic when it comes back around. Yeah, unite is. Oh wait, I don't have that unite yet. Okay, so it's okay. All right, and we all right. So I'm only responsible for compose this. No, compose is. See, I already forgot. 结 is so 结合 is combined. Oh, hang on. There's also merge, which has 和 in it. But merge there's also combine as well. The other combine. Yeah, Bing. Or yeah, Bing. But Bing is fine because Bing, oh no, of course it's 合并. Okay. Which is different from combine, right? 结. So we're doing 结. Okay. So I have to distinguish between 结合 and 合并. 结合合并. Then I have to distinguish between. The other ones are fine, except for 团结 and something else that deals with 和, so that's fine. So the most problematic two. Like, I'm not sweating over this. The assemble. 集合. Okay. And then compose. 合成. Okay. I think 集合 and 集合 and 结合 are the problem too. It's fine though. They both sort of make they're both like sort of the same thing. From currently. Wait, what is this? What is that?
Who?
It's deliberate, but it's also intentional. I swear I added intentional. I swear I added intentional somewhere. Maybe it's not ascribed to ku, but somewhere I've added intentional to ku.
Raw.
Raw. Oh. Yep.
末尾。
这本书的末尾有一个惊喜。
段落，
删掉多余的段落。
Fall apart? Section. Break. 段落 break off? Fall off?
低头，
低头谢罪。
恶意，
他的话没有恶意。
That's not that. Section fall. I have no idea what this is. Oh, right. It's a paragraph. We just block these until, like, there's no... It's always going to be that problem. There's just nothing else other than, you keep going. Just revive it when it happens.
B,
Every single time it's going to be the same. Until it's not. That's rote memories. That's rote memory stuff. For the time being. Oh, gee. Di tall. Toll. Di toll. Low head? Oh, low key. Low key. It's probably gonna resolve itself the moment I can read this. Which I can't at the moment. There are the main things are missing. I can't actually read that. Oh, well actually I can kinda... Is that Diao? This is Diao. Doesn't help without this. So it'll resolve itself. And I don't know what that is either. Oh. What? Oh.
四季，
四季循环。
法律，
律师是法律的专家。
Method. Law. Oh, wait.
报警，
他看到小偷后立刻报警。
Right? What?
鸡，
I feel like this is gonna be... It's gonna trigger me.
骑士，
勇敢地骑士。
I'm gonna get triggered.
利益，
保护人民的利益。
Oh. Interests. Okay.
继续，
请继续努力，不要放弃。
Or continue, yeah.
豆，
Low head. Shit. Something. Okay. Yep. 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 Yes, sir. That's what happens.
尺寸，
这个尺寸太大了。
登机，
我讨厌登机。
追逐，
警察正在追逐一名罪犯。
尺子，
他用尺子打我。
Whoa. That was a little violent. Method.
据说，
据说他很聪明。
Man, that turkey mouth thing is not holding up. That is not holding up. Got YOLO? YOLO. No. That did not come to me at all.
判，
Or judge.
闪，
Oh.
售价，
请问这本书的售价是多少？
Or sell price. Fine. Selling price. Yeah, this one, it's kind of hard to separate from Japanese. It's just not there. Uh, it's not there. Oh. I don't know. That's so frustrating.
海浪，
我能听到海浪的声音。
海浪。
雷，
Yeah, took me a while.
气化，
他在企划部门工作。
气化。that's 气。
汉朝，
汉朝是中国历史上最重要的朝代之一。
企业，
这个企业在国际上有名。
Why am I drawing blank? Oh man, now I'm drawing a blank on this. These are new. Whoops. Oh yeah, that's a typo. These are new, but man, they are not setting very well. Oh, and help.
肥，公共，
公共游泳池。
Some of them are.
绝对，
你的回答绝对是不正确的。
突然，
大家突然停止聊天。
是吗？
你的中文很棒，是吗？
离题，
他总是离题。
武器，
放下武器。
No, that's a weapon. Weapon.
茶叶，
你喜欢喝什么类型的茶叶？
折，
This one is gonna get harder, not harder. Oh no, that's not job, but work. But break. That's gonna get harder and harder. I need more. Give me more. I need more here.
无限，
知识是无限的。
免费，
这本杂志可以免费领取。
幼儿园，
我的女儿明年要上幼儿园。
流血，
你的鼻子流血了。
Egg? I forgot again. Oh. Oh. Uh.
逐渐，
她的健康状况逐渐好转。
Oh, it's like, I guess maybe just gradually. Fine.
齐全，
这套公寓家具齐全。
Completely?
渐进，
渐进是成功的关键。
Complete, yeah, okay.
依靠，
孩子们依靠着父母成长。
依旧，
他依旧是那个老样子。
期限，
请在期限前提交您的申请。
Okay.
瓜，
Oops.
玉，害，西，低调，
一种低调的生活。
Oh. That's not it. Oh no. What is this? Yeah? Yes.
份，
What? No. um.
运输，
他从不搭乘公共运输。
Hold up. Hold up. Ah, man. This is
挑，树叶，
树叶在水面上浮动。
显，优，井， 系
It's assist. It's aid, which is also assist. Am I being a pep? What happened here? I'm drawing a random blank now. Why? Ay, ay, ay. Oh, oh. No, wait. I'm thinking of something else. This isn't it.
超
Oh, that's Trin. Trin. Wait. Wait. Wait.
两
Okay. That's definitely one of the weaker ones.
农村
他留在农村工作了。
Okay. And I'm mistaking this.
机构
这个机构很有影响力。
机构. What happened? It's the handgun that is throwing me off. Or it might actually be the whatever the bottom right thing is. It's supposed to be is that supposed to be a shoot? I would know it in the vocabulary, but now I'm just drawing a blank. Today is a blank day. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I got it.
族
It's fine.
海底
海底资源丰富。
省市
在食堂里吃饭省事。
Oh.
以免
请你小心驾驶，以免发生意外。
In Jie? Jie? What is this one? Jie? 结构
结构
文章的结构很清晰。
Yeah, 结 So what have we learned? 结和 near the top. And then who is fine for now because I'm so hyper focused on who. But 结和并结和并 And then there's a different combination of 结和并 plus 是 It's gonna settle. I'm not gonna even let it go. We're just gonna hold on to that, like with aggressive knowledge, like aggressive anger. 结 It's like 课, how I had to get over 课. And 歌 is getting up there too. Man. All right. Okay, so we have Chinese. It's gone. Oh, Chinese yard. Wait, that's a cane. Just kidding. Okay, cane. Okay. Bay. Oh. Song. Shen. Zhen. Zhen. Song. Sen. Ji. Young. Now those are iffy. Half of them are pretty iffy. Okay. Bing xiang. Uh. 骨折 降落 Oh, to land. Whoa, land is gonna be tough. G. Chen. 珍重 right? What are you? B, yeah. Okay. Bing Kwai. Oh, Ming. Right. Leng Dan. Leng Dan. Leng Dan. Oh, right. Chen. Oh no, it's not Chen. It's Chen. 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 Si. I do need to also sort out Si. Si is a weak one. Anything that deals with consider. Uh, 股价 自国 or 自国 pan oh panto. Oh boy. All right. So we have Art Simpson sneaking into the bathroom. This one's good. Sneaking into the bathroom of the beach house. And he's dressed up like a shellfish, right? Dressed up like a shellfish, waiting to prank someone. Fine. Actually, pretty straightforward. So now Harry Potter is in the bathroom. He ran into the bathroom while he was working on a bakery, and he created a monstrosity of a cake, right? And the cake was supposed to be of a sun-baked cliffside with a child like overlooking it or on the cliffside, right? But it gone horribly wrong. Since? Is that supposed to be since? So since it's gone horribly wrong, he ran into the in the bathroom and then tried to. Oh no. Oh no, wait. Thick. It's gone wrong because it's really thick. So he's trying to dilute it and whatnot of no avail, right? It's just kept getting thicker and thicker. A perpetually magical cake that thickens relentlessly. Just fine. Alright, now we have SpongeBob, who is in front of the temple, up to no good. Or up to some miscommunication, because that is SpongeBob. He decorated a pine tree. Decorated a pine tree. With a bunch of fins. Sea life fins and maybe elbows. And the monks were angry because it's not even Christmas. They don't even celebrate Christmas. And it's not Christmas, you know. Okay. SpongeBob now is also in front of the infirmary, where he's trying to help out the peeps by planting trees in order to create a forest or woods. Have a forest for people to walk through, like the patients to walk through. That would take a very long time. Then we have Jimmy Neutron in his house, or in the bathroom, kind of in a predicament in his house. So naturally, he would call a butler. Not the first time he's fluxed that. Butler, and the butler helped him out. As payment, he offered silver in the form of his robotic dog. Since his butler helped him out, in return payment and showed appreciation, I suppose. That's not how that works. It's good enough. James Bond is making his way into the bathroom of the chapel. He just happens to be in the bathroom of his in the chapel, and he encountered a priest who needed to measure something. You know, maybe a secret panel, measure out a secret panel to place for his safe house, right? His safe house. And he happens to have one of his favorite canes on him, which happened to exactly measure out to a Chinese yard, which the hatch, the entrance to the secret safe house, is like one by one Chinese yards or something for his future mission, something like that. And then what have I wanted to highlight today that's amply annoying? Wait. No. Wait. 结合 Wait, 结合 Was there? I don't think there's a ground, was it? Okay, hold up. They prioritize English. Oh, right. Oh, there is. The way I write it makes it look really weird. My hat isn't, the top isn't big enough. So there's 结合 for combine. And then集合, right? 集合. 集合 is assemble. Also Bing. So pivot to Bing. However, Bing is combined differently for merge. Was it like Bing He? I swear, no, it's not Bing He. Bing Jie? Oh no. What is merge? 合并. Oh yeah, that's right. 合并. Oh, okay. That's this way. 合并 or merge. Or Bing. Bing, not Bing. 合并. No. 合必. 合必. Or is it Bing? It's Bing. Okay. Trying to be proactive here. Unite is okay, right? Unite is fine. Unite is off her. And the rest are conceptually separate. I don't know. Oh, I do have to look at organize. What is organize off of? Well, it's off of 猪. Okay, that's fine. Okay, all right. I think I got most of it straight for the time being. This has I don't know how many more there are, but I can only see this getting progressively wilder and wilder. All right, so that's a wrap for HanziHero today. I'll watch this later. Shit. All right. Once again, always feel free to up on by, change some stories. Yeah, some interesting conversations during this part of the session, talking about categorization and whatnot. I think at some point, I lots to think about, right? Lots to think about. I think I kind of want to explore some of that stuff. So I've become inspired to look at some trendy profiling stuff. Maybe for another time, right? So until then, for those who are only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见, right? See you next time. Got one more thing to do. I'm gonna move back to Japanese with Duolingo Japanese, starting our new unit, and I'll be back in a moment. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, get some glucose, and I'll be back. Thank you.